Let us pray. Almighty God, where you have called us to govern this province, we ask your help to make decisions and laws that will be just and that will promote the interest of the people. Almagtige God, ons bid dat u gedurende ons vergaderings ons die nodige wysheid sal gee en ons motiewe suiwer sal hou en dat u ons sal help om al ons tekortkominge te oorkom en al ons besluite aan u op te dra.
Okay.
Sikalela leto leto na bantu palu, umusili ukulungo kwepondo leto. Nkosi sikalela e Afrika, kina abantuano bayo, kokela inkokelizayo, yaniki ukpolo e Afrika. All this we beg in your holy name. Amen. Please be seated.
Because until Tyler, is it?
Can I please ask that everyone on the virtual platform be muted?
Okay.
Honourable members, order. Can I please ask that the table staff mute all participants on the online platform? Honourable members, I have to announce that due to the cessation of the party membership of Mr. D.G. Jacobs of the National Coloured Congress Party, a vacancy occurred in the representation of the National Coloured Congress Party in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. This vacancy has since been filled by the nomination of Mr. J.R. Michaels with effect from the 17th of October 2025. Mr. J.R. Michaels was sworn in my office on the 17th of October 2025. Honourable Michaels, please allow me on behalf of the House to welcome you to the Western Cape Provincial Parliament as a member. Honourable members, just for noting, this will also be Mr. Michaels' first, or Honourable Michaels' first interaction in the House. So when I will remind you when it's his maiden contribution to the House. Welcome, sir. Before we proceed, as has been our practice to date, honourable members will participate in the sitting of the House, both from here in the chamber, with the presiding officer and the table staff, and via Microsoft Teams. Our standing rules have accordingly been amended to accommodate such hybrid sittings. Honourable members who are experiencing challenges in connecting to the sitting are requested to contact the WCPP ICT colleagues who will assist to resolve these connectivity challenges. Honourable members, the quorum requirements for the sitting of the House are provided for in the Constitution of the Western Cape and the standing rules. Unless there is an indication of unanimous concurrence, voting will be confined to members present in the House and on the hybrid system who are entitled to cast their votes as per the ATC issued on the 11th of August 2020. Before I proceed, can I please ask this table staff to mute all participants on the online platform? And if the person unmutes themselves again, please remove them from the platform. Members present in the chamber and via Microsoft Teams have all the privileges and immunities imparted by law. My apologies, honourable members. The Sergeant at Arms will record members' attendance. Honourable members, all microphones have been muted. However, for those honourable members participating in the sitting of the House via Microsoft Teams, you are requested to use the raise hand functionality of the system when you desire to raise a point of order, and I will recognise you. When an honourable member in the chamber wishes to raise a point of order, such an honourable member may address the presiding officer as expected, but must mute their microphones when they have concluded speaking. Honourable members participating in the sitting of the House via Microsoft Teams are requested not to sign into Microsoft Teams on more than one device. The media have also been granted access to this MS Teams meetings as guests of the WCPP. However, I wish to remind the members of the press that they may not use the chat room or speak or activate their cameras while the sitting is in progress. Honourable members, for the sitting, language translation services are available in the chamber as usual and on Microsoft Teams via the respective channels. Honourable members, I wish to remind you that no interjections are permitted during these hybrid sittings, and to this end, I wish to draw your attention to Rule 40 of our standing rules. We will now proceed to the business of the House. But before I do so, please also allow me an opportunity to welcome the guests in the gallery. Welcome to the WCPP, and I trust that you will enjoy the sitting. Wish to caution all members that while you are very welcome to the sitting today, you may not participate in the proceedings on the floor. I recognize the Chief Whip.
Good morning, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I move that notwithstanding the provision of Rule 18, the hours of the sitting on Thursday, 13th November 2025 shall be from 10 to adjournment. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion? No objections. Agreed to. I recognize the Chief Whip.
Thank you once again, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I move in my name that Mr. Kobus Maree be appointed in terms of Section 4K of the Castle Management Act 1993 as the representative of the Provincial Legislature for the Western Cape to serve on the Castle Control Board. I so move.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion being moved? No objections. Agreed to. I recognize the Chief Whip.
Thank you very much once again, Honourable Speaker. I move that notwithstanding the provisions of Rule 18, that the executive statement to be made by Premier Alan Winde receive precedence. I so move.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion being moved? No objections. I recognize Honourable Member Kaiser Philander.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, I move that the House, in accordance with Rule 1191 of the Standing Rules, establishes an ad hoc committee on child protection reform to consider and develop legislative and policy proposals aimed at strengthening child protection and safety in the Western Cape, including reviewing the implementation gaps, legal frameworks, and institutional arrangements identified in the Standing Committee on Social Development's Child Protection Multi-Stakeholder Engagement Report, tabled in this House on the 2nd of September 2025, ATC 88 of 2025. Honourable Speaker, the committee shall within its mandate consult with relevant departments, organs of state, civil society organisations and experts to identify areas where provincial legislation, policy alignment or intergovernmental mechanisms may be improved to enhance the protection and well-being of children. The committee shall consist of 11 members appointed in accordance with Rule 120 of the Standing Rules, with membership allocated as follows: the Democratic Alliance 6 members, the ANC 1 member, Patriotic Alliance 1 member, EFF 1 member, smaller parties, the NCC, Freedom Front Plus, Al Jamaa, ACDP and Good, 2 members. Honourable Speaker, the committee must report regularly to the House on its progress and submit a final report containing findings and legislative recommendations upon the conclusion of its work. The names of the members representing the aforementioned political parties must be submitted to the Speaker of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament as soon as possible for publication in the ATC reports. Honourable Speaker, I so move. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kaiser Philander. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved? No objections. Agreed to. We now move on to the executive statement in terms of Rule 146. I will now afford the Premier, Honourable Winde, an opportunity to make an executive statement in terms of Rule 146. Honourable Premier, I recognise you.
Thank you very much, Speaker and members of this House. Speaker, gang-related violence and murder is a pandemic affecting far too many of our residents in the Western Cape. The lives of innocent children, mothers, fathers, and grandparents have been senselessly taken, destroying families and the fabric of communities. Decisive action is required. We cannot wait and will not be silent on this matter. This is not an issue to be cheaply politicized, but rather one that requires us all to unite with one voice. In recent weeks, public attention has once again been focused on the implications of the 2022 bail appeal judgment handed down by Judge Daniel Tulare. which reference possible infiltration of the South African Police Services, or SAPS, in the Western Cape leadership by elements of organized crime, specifically the 28th gang. While harrowing, I am pleased to see the attention of the public, media, and society at large focus on these serious allegations once again. If proven true, they represent one of the greatest betrayals of our residents since the dawn of our democracy. Those entrusted with protecting our communities now working with the same criminals hell-bent on destroying those communities. In some recent media reporting, the lack of progress by entities outside of the control of the Western Cape government has been portrayed in bad faith as reluctance on this government's part to fully investigate this matter. This is patently untrue. Over the past 3 years, this government has continuously fought to have this matter properly investigated and to have those found wanting prosecuted and locked away. The purpose of this executive statement is to set the record straight and to make it abundantly clear to this House and to the public whom we serve exactly what has been done thus far, the actions we have taken as government, and further action that must now be embarked upon. On the 27th of October 2022, 10 days after the Tulare judgment was delivered, the Western Cape Police Ombudsman received my complaint. The scope of the Ombudsman's investigation was to advise me within 14 days of what course of action I was empowered to take and whether it would be prudent to establish a commission of inquiry into the allegations contained in the judgment. The Ombudsman's final report handed to me on the 17th of November 2022. Despite the Ombudsman's efforts to obtain relevant evidence linked to Judge Tulare's comments, as well as comments from the SAPS and the National Prosecuting Authority, both bodies were unable to respond as the matter was sub judice. Again, it is important to note that Judge Tulare's comments were made in a bail appeal judgment, and the criminal trial was still to take place. In fact, 3 years later, this criminal trial still has not been concluded. In the recommendations, the Ombudsman ultimately advised, and I quote, that despite the serious nature of the allegations, the provisions of Section 2176 of the Western Cape Community Safety Act 213 are not invoked to appoint a commission of inquiry. This was due to the pending criminal trial, and the commission of inquiry would face legal challenges to access any records, evidence, or witness testimony. I found this recommendation aligned with my own view towards establishing a commission, especially given the fact that the SAPS had still not implemented the recommendations of the Khayelitsha Commission of Inquiry that took place over a decade ago. The Ombudsman went on to provide the Provincial Cabinet with 3 options. The first 2 options entailed actions being taken against the Provincial Commissioner of Police. With this potential removal of the post, this was considered inappropriate as allegations emanated under his predecessor, and Lieutenant General Patakile was working in good faith with the provincial government and attending regular briefing sessions. I thus resolved to comply with the Ombudsman's 3rd recommendation option, which entailed awaiting the outcome of the ongoing parallel investigation led by Independent Police Investigation Directorate, or IPID, and the SAPS, bodies with the relevant authority to conduct full investigations into the allegations before taking a decision on the way forward. However, we did not fold our arms at this point. We continued to place pressure on the relevant authorities to expedite these investigations. The Minister of Police Oversight and Community Safety held meetings with the Executive Director of IPID and formally wrote to the Executive Director to request IPID investigate the allegations. Nearly 2 years later, on 1 October 2024, the IPID investigation finally commenced. With the terms of reference for IPID investigation, note that a full time frame of its investigation could not be predetermined. They did state that a comprehensive report on the preliminary findings will be made available within 12 months. That deadline has recently passed, and Minister Marais has written to IPID to request a formal update on the preliminary findings. Minister Marais also requested a meeting with the National Minister of Police, Mr. Senzum Chunu, on the 8th of October 2024 to discuss the proposed support of IPID to deal with these critical investigations. Unfortunately, that meeting request as well as 3 subsequent requests to secure a meeting with the Minister or Minister Mchunu went unanswered. Given the apparent lack of urgency from national bodies tasked with investigating these allegations, I decided that more needed to be done, and it was for this reason that I sought to have senior leadership of the Western Cape SAPS subjected to lifestyle audits. As members of this House are aware, I consider lifestyle audits a critical part of maintaining public trust in government. And it is for that reason that the Western Cape is the only province that consistently completes lifestyle audits of its cabinet members. I firmly believe that in the light of the serious implications raised by the Tulare judgment, and the senior leadership of SAPS should be held to the same standard. Our request for lifestyle audits for senior members of the Western Cape SAPS was first contained in a letter at the Provincial Commissioner on 17 April 2023. Noting budget constraints and how seriously we took this allegation, we even offered to pay for these audits. My office followed up on that letter on multiple occasions over 2 years, including escalating the request and the offer to 2 national ministers of police. Verbal agreements were later met with written declines to take up the offer. On the 28th of February 2025, Minister Mchunu's office reverted, stating that the minister has noted the contents of the letter and requests that you continue with the implementation, working with the Provincial Commissioner of the Western Cape, General Patekile. On the 5th of March 2025, a letter from Lieutenant General Patekile was received by my office, which he declined the Western Cape government's offer to fund the lifestyle audits. I do, however, wish to acknowledge the positive movement of engagement with Acting Minister Kachalia since entering office. Earlier this week, he commented on an updated anti-gang violence strategy that was developed following his visit to the Western Cape. The implementation of this revised strategy is urgent, and we will support it in any way possible. As can be seen from the above sequence of events, we have done everything within our power to act in good faith, to support the relevant investigative process, and to drive efforts to uncover the truth of this matter. But now, given the fact that important deadlines have passed without any update from IPID, and that the National SAPS does not seem to have acted with urgency in this matter despite repeated inquiries, the delays have faced in this process have become unacceptable and can no longer be tolerated. We now publicly demand action and answers from IPID and from SAPS. Today, I'm tabling the report I received from the Ombudsman to this House. To date, I have not done so to demonstrate good faith with the SAPS and IPID and to protect those involved with the investigation. The necessity of this, of the latter consideration can be in no doubt. As in the original matter heard by Judge Tulare, no fewer than 3 witnesses have already been murdered. It is for this reason that I have ensured that the relevant identities have been redacted in this report being tabled. I do wish to inform the House that Minister Marais has written to the chairperson of the National Portfolio Committee on Police, to whom IPID reports, to request that the committee investigates the slow progress of the investigation to Judge Tulare's comments. I believe it is clear that our efforts, willfully or otherwise, have been obstructed thus far. I am appealing to this House to support us as we get to the bottom of this matter. For years now, the National SAPS have been unwilling or unable to work with the government to solve the burning issue of gang-related crime that continues to devastate too many communities. The thought that it may be due to infiltration of the SAP's highest levels of decision-making by organized criminals is horrifying. We have a duty to do everything that we can to force those with the power to shine a light on what is potentially one of the darkest hours, not just of the Western Cape, but of South Africa's criminal justice system. I believe that duty extends to this whole House. I thank you, and Speaker, I hereby table Judge Tulare's report as given to me at that stage, with the names of those investigating officers redacted.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. That also brings us to the end of your 10 minutes, and I recognize the ANC.
Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Premier is absolutely correct about one thing. Gang violence is indeed a pandemic that has robbed far too many of our people of peace, safety, and hope. But what the Honorable Premier fails to acknowledge is that while he speaks of unity and decisive action in his statement, our communities continue to bleed under his government's watch. Speaker, the truth is that the provincial executive has mastered the art of blaming others while taking very little responsibility itself. The Premier tells us today that he has done everything within his power, yet the reality on the ground tells a different story, Honorable Speaker. Children are still being shot walking to school. Mothers still sleep on the floor to avoid stray bullets. Families still bury loved ones every weekend. If the Premier is sincere about confronting, or let me rather say serious, because I'm not doubting the Premier's sincerity. If he is serious about confronting organized crime, then he must also confront the Western Cape government's own failures in addressing the root causes of gangsterism, poverty, unemployment, school dropouts, and the lack of youth opportunities. These are not matters for IPID or SAPS alone. They are matters squarely within the Premier's own mandate. Speaker, the Premier cites the Tulare judgment and the alleged infiltration of SAPS by gangs. Those are indeed serious allegations, and we agree that they demand thorough investigation. But we must also be honest. The selective outrage of this executive is politically convenient. When the Kailicha Commission of Inquiry laid bare deep systemic failures in policing, this same government failed to ensure that its own recommendations are fully implemented a decade later. It is not enough to demand lifestyle audits for police generals when we have yet to see meaningful audits of the province's own contracts, especially those linked to security service providers who operate in gang infested community. Transparency must be consistent, not selective. Honorable Speaker, this House must not be used as a stage for shifting the blame to national government squarely. Our people want action, coordinated, compassionate, and community based action, not more press statements. The Western Cape Safety Plan has failed to deliver measurable results, and the Premier's government continues to underspend on critical social
Honorable
interventions
Side, please
that could have
conclude.
given young people alternatives to gangs.
Thank
Let
you
us
very
be
much.
clear.
Your,
I'm concluding.
your
The
time's
EFC
expired.
condemns any infiltration of the
Thank you.
police by
Thank you very
criminal
much, Honorable
networks, but we
Side.
condemn the
Honorable Side. Honorable Side, please take your seat. Honorable members, can I please remind you at the beginning of a long day that there is time allocated or allotted in terms of the rules committee that it was established at the beginning of the term, a year and a bit ago. When I give you an opportunity to conclude your sentence, it's for that, to conclude your sentence, and not another paragraph. Please ask that you work with me as we have a long day ahead. With that being said, I recognize the DA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Premier for taking both this House and the people of the Western Cape into his confidence. The efforts of this provincial government to address allegations of corruption within the provincial SAPs are a matter of public record. What this executive statement underscores is the extent of the resistance these efforts have faced from SAP's management in the province. The refusal by SAPS to accept funding for the implementation of lifestyle audits is, to put it mildly, deeply concerning. When the integrity of the very service meant to protect our citizens and uphold the law is in question, no effort should be spared to investigate and uncover the truth. Honourable Speaker, what we have witnessed from successive national police ministers, as well as the current provincial police commissioner, amounts to an egregious dereliction of duty. How can the public trust a police service that shows no willingness to investigate allegations of high-level criminality? The Democratic Alliance fully supports the Western Cape government's persistent efforts to compel IPID and SAPS to act with integrity and urgency. We welcome this government's engagement with the Portfolio Committee on Police to ensure accountability and to expose the unacceptable delays in IPID's investigation. The people of the Western Cape deserve far better than what they are getting from SAPS. They deserve safe streets and communities where they can live happy, fulfilling lives free from fear. They deserve a police service that they can trust, not one clouded by allegations of criminal conduct. If there is criminality within SAPS, it must be rooted out, no matter the cost. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize the PA.
Honorable Speaker, Premier and members of this House. The people of the Western Cape are living under siege. Week after week, another child or person is brutally murdered in our communities. These are not mere statistics. They are our sons and daughters, robbed of their futures while government responses remain slow and fragmented. Honorable Speaker, this escalating violence reflects a breakdown of safety, trust, and leadership. Communities feel abandoned as gangs tighten their grip and law enforcement is overwhelmed. Words of sympathy no longer service. The time for action is now. The Patriotic Alliance calls for immediate intervention, and that would be the deployment of the South African National Defence Force to support the SAPS in restoring order, alongside the bold long-term solutions to address the poverty, joblessness, and hopelessness that fuels this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I recognize the EFF. I've got an indication that I should continue. Can I just ask the table staff? Honourable Kasim is experiencing technical difficulties. If the IT colleagues can please assist. Floor crossing is not allowed. Order.
I must speak on their behalf, Speaker.
Honourable member, if you want to address me, please rise and then I'll recognize you. You can't speak and just switch on your microphone. With that being said, I recognize the NCC.
Dankie Speaker. Speaker,
Honourable member, before you proceed, I wish to remind the House that this will be the member's maiden contribution to the provincial parliament. Honourable member, you may continue.
thank you Speaker. Speaker, die Premier in sy tweede paragraaf conclude hy met I'm appealing to this House to support us as we get to the bottom of this matter. Maar in die hele report, die report is eintlik niks zeggend, maar die report wys ook iets belangrik. En vandag wil die NCC het onomwonde stel dat ons het in ons agterkop baie vrae om te vra. Ons sit met 'n geval wat 'n report vir 2 jaar eerens geleer het en ons ken die nature van politics in this country. Niemand kan secure as 'n report wat daar eerens lê vir 2 jaar dat die inhoud van hy report nie eerens in iemand se hande gaan beland nie. En vandag glo die NCC dat die report wat IPID opgestel het eerens beland in iemand se hande, want soos ons sien is daar reeds 3 getuies wat ons kon gehelp het om die police corruption te expose, het al reeds gesterf. So as ons een en een by mekaar gaan sit, dan gaan die report niks zeggend wees. En ons agree met die premier, daar sal dadelik aksie moet kom. En ons hoef nie ver te gaan kyk om die aksies te begin nie. Ons sit met die Umhlanga Commission, wat huidiglik in provinsies police corruption ondersoek. Die premier kom met 'n report vandag wat nie voorstel watter aksies ons moet doen nie. En daarom gaan die NCC vandag sê, premier, nader die president en vra die president om die scope te extend tot die Western Cape om ook die korrupsie. In die laaste 72 ure het 25 jong manne op die Kaapse vlakte het gesterf Solange ons hier gaan sit en die politiek speel, sterf ons mense daar buite. En vandag wil die NCC op die premier call en vra dat ons die president betrokke kry rondom die violence op die Kaapse vlakte en dat die scope en die geëxtend word tot die Weskaap sodat hierdie korrupsie onder polisieleiers ook hier ondersoek word om op die provinsiale ombudsman en om op iPad provinsiaal op die stadium te depend om vir ons te help in die saak. Gaat 'n futile exercises. Dankie Speaker.
Baie dankie aan die agbare lid. I now recognize the Freedom Front Plus.
Baie dankie, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, public trust has been broken and it must be restored. But without transparency, how are we going to restore public trust? It is not possible. It must allow the public access to all information as we who sit in Parliament do not act on our own behalf, but we act on behalf of the public. And so holding back information is not always good. It must be in the open so that action can be taken. But corruption must be rooted out, and police officers that are corrupt must account and they must be removed from the force. We call on the government of national unity and the political parties that are big role players within the GNU, DA and the ANC, as the bigger role players within the GNU. So the Freedom Front Plus calls on them to play their role to support the Western Cape government in its call to root out corruption in the province and to save children's lives and public lives. Speaker, we cannot lose any more people in the province due to corruption and incompetence. And we call for public trust to be restored and for the police to be cleaned out, and that the Premier take us in his confidence when we do get together and meet, that there be greater trust be built between political parties, because this issue should not be a political issue. This is a matter of life and death, and we need to act in the public interest together as political parties in a new era of South Africa's political growth and our democracy. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I recognize Al Jamar.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and good morning to you and good morning to all the colleagues. Honorable Speaker, on Tuesday this week, the Deputy President called for more community involvement in solving criminal activities and referred to the important role that community police forums should be playing. Tragically, about 63 young children have been murdered in the Western Cape for 5 months as a result of gang violence. These are children of whom the overwhelming majority live in violent townships and whose lives are not on the priority list. A conflict resolution expert, Mr. Jeffrey Mamputa, stated in an interview on a local community radio, and I quote, "In Philippi, every step a child takes, whether on his way to school or back home, he will die. Children as young as 5 are killed by extortionists, and this is the norm. The high density and unplanned living structures are ideal places for criminality. Young kids are carrying firearms, and it is quite easy to recruit youngsters to join gangs, because if they don't, they will die. The province needs to align its policing and deployment of law enforcement officers according to the reality on the ground. Where are the door-to-door house searches to remove criminals? Where are the patrol vans in the mornings where learners walk to school and in the afternoons when they walk home? We need effective policing in the DA-run province, and the DA-run province must stop blaming national government. You receive a budget. You receive a budget to run the province. So do it effectively. The gang members are known to police. The gang members, they are known to the police. Every gang hideout and its leaders are known to the police. Local municipalities know every drug den. And in many cases, police are also aware of most hits, executions, and gang fights. The crucial issues are not being addressed. And these are, number one, the thousands of drug dens that should be eradicated. Number two, the real gangsters and drug dealers are not charged and arrested. Addressing claims that CPFs are DA aligned. Failure to improve on the cooperation between police and community. We cannot have an entire police force with law enforcement officers at Pagat and anti-Zionist marches, leaving our townships without policing. I thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I recognize the ACDP.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, it's sad. We just read killings, killings, and more killings every day in the newspaper. But, Speaker, I want to ask the Premier, and did the Premier and his cabinet discuss to request the President for a state of emergency? Because these killings cannot continue. And the problem that we have is that guns are roaming, the illegal guns is roaming the street, ammunition is roaming the streets, and people are being killed. Youngsters, I read in the paper, youngsters is being recruited to be hitmen. Now, I'm 14 years old, and you are recruited to kill. This is where we are. Now, I want to agree that it's no use you have so many policemen on the streets, but when you investigate, the dockets disappear. Or when you investigate, there's nothing happening. So there's a problem, Premier, when people are locked up, due process must follow. So corruption is maybe even with judges and magistrates. That is the problem. So we can have as many policemen and women on the streets. If there's not proper investigations done and it's not taken to court, we have a massive problem. So, Premier, I think you should even dig deeper to see where does this corruption, how deep is this corruption? Not only in the police force, but only in the justice system. We must look at that. Speaker, the problem is, I'm passionate about it because young men and women, children are being killed daily. So we cannot talk about politics here. We must talk about the lives of our people. So I'm asking this House to unite and see how we can make a difference. Because some political parties will criticize, but come with the solutions. Because people are dying. People are dying. So, Speaker, Premier, we as the ACDP will support you. I hope many of these leaders will support you to see how we can stop this violence. I think as a House, we must go out as a united front and say enough is enough. As a House, we must go out and support the Premier and say, listen, what do we do to stop these killings? It's not about votes. It's not about anything else. It's about people dying every day. Every day. We will see the number of votes we'll have after the local government elections. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Member, before we proceed, I am going to revert to Hansard. I wish to draw your attention to Rule 63, subsection 2, that no member may defame or reflect on the honour or competence of presiding officers of the court. And I will just refer to Hansard to get the pretext, the context, and the post-text in which you made that comment. And I will come back to the House with a ruling on that. With that being said, I recognize Good.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, it doesn't really matter to millions of Cape Flats residents who live in daily fear of their lives and their children's lives, whether they've been let down by the police, the City of Cape Town, or the Western Cape government. The fact is they've been let down by all three. The culture of gang violence in Cape Town is a product of history. social exclusion, spatial injustice, and deliberate underdevelopment. A social and structural fabric that has been inadequately acknowledged and barely fixed. Children grow up in depressing and dangerous environments that sap their dreams. Poverty is pervasive. The people who have a few coins to rub together often derive their relative wealth from crime. And when young people go astray, there are no guardrails, no school psychologists or alcohol or drug treatment facilities, just a pervasive feeling of hopelessness. And then there's the police. Their questionable integrity is presently on prominent display at the Madlanga Commission and the Parliamentary Ad Hoc Committee. And there's little reason to believe the poison doesn't impact the Western Cape. Strong evidence of close relationships between apartheid police and gang leaders were presented as far back as the TRC nearly 30 years ago. The Premier is correct to be livid about the police's apparent indifference to investigate remarks by the judge 3 years ago that senior police have links to organized crime. It could point to ineptitude or corruption or a combination. The police and IPID, both of whom were to conduct investigations, have a duty to explain. But the Premier does protest too much, because this matter contributes to his party's political narrative that the reason for the season of gun violence we're in is because the DA doesn't have control of the police. It's clever politics ahead of a local government election. What it's doing is blaming the undisturbed culture of gangsterism in Cape Town on the police, while absolving the province and the city of responsibility. We know from global experience that when people live with pride in their neighborhood, the space for antisocial activity shrinks. This government has had a long, uninterrupted spell of leadership. The Premier has every right to question the police failures, but we challenge him to point us to one gang-ravaged ghetto that his government has actually turned around. We challenge him to explain to the Mitchells Plain community why this government couldn't come up with 2 million rand to save a soccer league a few years ago with its measurable impact in keeping young children off the streets. Or to explain why last year his government saw fit to defund and ultimately shut down the school in Salt River for children who are recovering from trauma. These programs that they shut down, but found
Honorable Heron, your time has expired. Please conclude your sentence.
this government shut down these programs, but found billions to fund the Cape Town Amapanyazas, which have yet to make any.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Stats. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of the executive statement. We now move on to interpellations as printed on the order paper in terms of Rule 197. And I recognize the Minister of Education, Minister Mania.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for putting this matter on the order paper, which of course fundamentally speaks to the future opportunities for our learners leaving school here in the Western Cape. The Honourable Member will be aware, as a long-serving member of the Standing Committee on Education, that we have schools serving low-income communities that really deliver outstanding maths results. And if you take last year's results, Speaker, COSAT produced 19 distinctions, Claremont High School 14 distinctions, Sifamandla High School 11 distinctions, Tandakula High School 9 distinctions, Manyana High School 8 distinctions, Joe Slovo High School and Spine Road High School with 6 maths distinctions each. And I cannot say, Speaker, how proud we are of these schools for achieving what they have achieved with their focus on maths and science. And that is why, Honourable Member, through the Rapid School Build program, we plan to increase the number of new maths and science focus high schools. We have also added capacity at our existing excellent maths and science schools like Claremont High School and Spine Road High School, so that more learners more learners have the opportunity to achieve a matric qualification in these subjects and then access, most importantly, future STEM careers. But that is not all, Speaker. We also support STEM participation through partnerships with industry and higher education institutions which offer workshops, expos, and science fairs aimed at promoting STEM awareness and participation. We have targeted teacher development initiatives to strengthen the teaching of mathematics, mentoring of learners by teachers and external partners, a set program run via the Cape Town Science Centre to visit districts and schools to host science and mathematics expos and run events at their premises throughout a given year to advocate and promote participation in STEM subjects. We also have our Career Clubs program launched in all 8 districts, which is designed also to expose learners to a wide range of career opportunities, including career opportunities in STEM-related fields. By driving participation and interest in STEM fields, of course, cannot be confined just to the FET phase, the high school phase. We also need to focus on building a strong foundation. And it's for that reason, Honourable Member, that we launched a pilot on early grade, an early grade numeracy program, which will eventually reach every single learner and teacher in the foundation phase. As part of the pilot, all grade 1 teachers at 70 schools have already received additional training, as well as teacher guides and learner books and math resource kits to support their new approach and to build that scaffolding in the foundation phase. We, of course, continue with our Back on Track program to improving learning outcomes across all grades, with, of course, maths being one of the really key focus areas. This year, we have 15,450 grade 4 and 7 learners from 223 primary schools attending Saturday classes and with a specific focus on mathematics. In the end, we need more learners choosing maths, more learners passing maths, and more learners passing maths well here in the Western Cape.
Honourable Minister, your time has expired. I recognise Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for that reply. And a lot has been done. We cannot debate that. A lot has been done, but Speaker, you know, it's so hard sore when you go to still certain communities. I've just engaged some pupils at Bondiville High School, and the only choice that they have is math literacy. There's no pure maths. There's nothing for them. And when you speak to these young learners and you ask them what do they want to become, they've got dreams, but because they don't have the subjects to get to those dreams, it's hard so. You know, people speak about being a medical doctor. I tell you, you know, I know earlier intervention must take place, but unfortunately, none of those learners that matriculate at Bondiville High and other schools I can mention will be able to become a medical doctor, a veterinarian, or anything of that kind. It's hard. So, and that is my plea. So, Minister, I'm not saying that you're not doing enough. I'm in the committee. We know, we visit, and we know there's a lot being done. But I'm asking that there should be an emphasis also at these schools, because it's almost impossible for them to get out of Bondiville to go to another school that offer these subjects. It's almost impossible. You know the gang violence, you know transport. They don't have, parents cannot provide transport. They don't have cars. They use taxis to get to a school outside of Bondiville. So that is my concern. It's not that nothing has been done. There's a lot being done. But I'm still thinking of those youngsters in disadvantaged areas that don't have the same opportunity for a child that can go to a school that do offer all the subjects. I know there's great stories. some of the schools and in the areas get youngsters in. We've been to some of the schools and we see the culture, because we know that this poverty is going to continue in the family if they do not matriculate or do not do something with their life. So it means we just have more gangsters, youngsters dropping out of school, matriculate, cannot go anywhere else, and we have more youngsters on the street. So I'm asking, and I know what's being done, I'm asking specifically in those areas where pupils do not have a choice for a subject to become a medical doctor, to become a scientist, to become whatever it is. So that is what I'm talking about, Minister. But thank you for the reply, and I'll come back with the second bite. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize the Honorable Johnson.
Honorable Speaker, STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics play a vital role in transforming our economy and improving the lives of our people. The DA-led Western Cape Education Department continues to lead the country in developing innovative programs that empower learners from disadvantaged communities to pursue these critical fields. In 2022, the DA-led WCED launched its mathematics strategy, now implemented in over 500 schools. This strategy challenges the notion that maths ability is innate, proving that with effort and the right support, every learner can succeed. Through online curriculum tools, BrainQuest, and mathematics celebration days, the department is changing how learners engage with the subject and improving participation in the FET phase. For younger learners in the 2024-25 financial year, creative initiatives such as Story Stars and Maths is for Everyone campaign are cultivating enthusiasm for numbers from a very early age. Using everyday examples from counting stones to understanding angles in sport, the program helps learners see that maths is part of life. More than 40,000 colorful posters have been distributed to schools to reinforce this message. Through these initiatives, the DA-led WCED is equipping learners across the province with the skills needed for critical STEM fields to drive our economy. Through the Back on Track program, the largest learning recovery initiative in South Africa, the WCED has provided targeted support to learners in these transitioning grades. I would like to know from the Minister, with the success of the Back on Track program, are there specific success indicators for mathematics component that the department is using to measure its impact? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize the Honorable Syed.
Honorable Speaker, let me firstly thank my dear colleague, the Honorable Christians, for the interpellation. I know he's very passionate about this particular subject. Now, according to the department's own 2024-25 annual report, several initiatives are in place, as the Honorable Johnson has pointed out. The expansion of technical and vocational subjects, science fairs, coding and robotics clubs, after-school programs through mod centers, and the list can go on. And we're not denying that at all, and we welcome that, Honorable MEC. However, these opportunities remain unevenly distributed. Learners in quintile 1 to 3 schools, our poorest communities, still face limited access to laboratories, digital resources, and qualified STEM educators. This is why, and I faced the situation where parents came to me. Belgravia High School was culling mathematics. Glendale High School in Mitchells Plain, the Honorable Lecker has been receiving those reports and it's been brought to us. Learners are discouraged from doing mathematics. Calitzdorp High School, where the Honorable Stoffels is very active. The same thing has been happening. No resources to teach the subjects. These are the realities on the ground. The annual report itself acknowledges that infrastructure backlogs and educator shortages continue to undermine equitable access. If we are truly serious about preparing our youth for the future economy, a child in Nyanga, Mitchells Plain, or Calitzdorp must have the same access to science and coding as a child in Durbanville. Today, MEC Mania must make an executive undertaking to invest in training and developing teachers so that they are equipped with the confidence and
Honorable
skills
Said, your
to
time
teach
has
STEM
expired. Please
subjects.
conclude.
Finally, in conclusion, the department must partner with all sectors, especially
Thank you very much,
organizations
Honorable
like
Said.
Masekant, who is
Thank you
here
very
today,
much.
to actually
Honorable members, I'm going to again kindly remind honorable members when your time has expired. That's why there's a digital clock on the screens. I ask you to please work with me so that we can get through the business of the day. I recognize the Honorable Michaels. Right. I recognize the Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, when we visited the Leadership Institute in Kells River not so long ago, we had a bit of a debate. The debate that we had was that when we look at matric pass rates in the country, you know, the Western Cape is always fourth, fifth, and we had a bit of debate. The point I want to make is sometimes it's just about pass rate, but we must look at the quality of pass rate. And maybe that is what I'm also referring to, the quality when I pass matric and I have the certificate in my hand, it's quality pass rate. And that is what I'm referring to. But when we looked at the statistics, math literacy is flooded. The numbers increasing all the time, Minister, because we are worried about the pass rate. If you look at tourism, everybody is doing tourism because it takes the pass rate higher. And maybe, Minister, and your department should have a discussion maybe with principals, say, listen, what is the quality? What do we need in the economy of our country and our province? Can't we assist our learners to do STEM subjects in order to boost? So when they matriculate, they can go graduate, and when they graduate, they have a job. We've done a survey, how many people with degrees that is absolutely useless sitting at home, spending 4 years in university, 3 years in university, and cannot find a job. How many matriculants after matriculating are sitting at job without jobs? So, Minister, it's about quality. Let's get down to quality. Let's get our principal to say, listen, when we put this learner through school, there will be quality education. And we know Creswell High is one of the examples. When we visited Creswell High out in the retreat, I mean, the passion that that teacher had that offers mathematics, it was something that you can be proud of. And they brought back science to the school. He said to me, come back at the end of the year, you'll see the results. So we have beautiful stories, but that is not the majority of the cases that we see. So really, it's just a discussion that we should have further, maybe you with the national minister as well, and see how we can improve the lives of the most vulnerable in disadvantaged communities that do not have those choices. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable member, I recognize the Minister, Minister Mania.
Thank you, Speaker. I do share the Honourable Furlong Christian's concern. It is heartsore. And we do, I think, need to do more. And we do need to ensure that we enable all our learners, as you put it, to reach their dreams. But it's precisely for that reason, as I said in my opening remarks, that we will be expanding the number of maths and science focus schools, which I do want to point out do not offer maths literacy and certainly do not offer tourism. Why we will be looking in the year ahead at additional support through the BOT program for learners studying maths in grade 10 to 12. And of course, why we are investing in structured maths programs in the foundation phase to build that scaffolding. To the Honourable Peter Johnson, we have, I think, demonstrated quite significant success, particularly with our grade 4 and 7 maths interventions under the BOT program. Some members will recall that a study was done by the University of Stellenbosch, which demonstrated that the largest gains for learners attending extra classes were specifically for mathematics at grade 7 level. And similarly, the largest gains made as a result of teacher training were also in mathematics, both at grade 4 and 7 level, which I think tells us, Honourable Speaker, is that there is clearly a need for further investment in this area, but more importantly, and I think this is important, we can make incredible gains with targeted investments in a relatively short period of time. We can actually make a difference. I'd like to remind, of course, the Honourable Khalid Sayed that some of our best math schools, as I said in my opening remarks, are in fact in quintile 1 to 3 communities or serve quintile 1 to 3 communities. And I mentioned COSAT, Claremont High School, Sifamandla High School, Tandakulo High School, Maniano High School, Joe Slovo High School, and Spine Road High School. Those are schools that serve quintile 1 to 3 communities. And equally, our full investment in the Back on Track program, those 223 primary schools are all in quintile 1 to 3 communities. I'd like to close by thanking the Honourable Furlong Christian for raising this matter. And I agree with him, we do need further discussion. Because the fact is, if we do not get maths and science participation right, we won't get education right. And if we don't get education right, we won't get economic growth right. And if we don't get economic growth right, we won't ultimately get South Africa right. So in the end, we do need more learners choosing maths, more learners passing maths, and especially more learners passing maths well here in the Western Cape. And I am dedicated to that course. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. That concludes interpellation number 1. We proceed to interpellation number 2, and I recognize the Honourable Minister, Minister Lund.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Kaiser Philander, thank you for the question. Things have changed a bit since this question was posed, so I will explain where we are now, give some background, and then if time allows, I will delve a bit deeper into that. So the National Department of Social Development, as the event organizer for the National Active Aging Program, also known as the Golden Games, has communicated to the provinces that the Golden Games event, originally scheduled for October in the Western Cape, will now be postponed to May 2026 in the Free State. The National Department cited certain logistical and budgetary challenges as the reason for the postponement. However, these logistical and budgetary challenges were not unknown to the National Department. On the 18th of July 2025, following a meeting held between the National and Provincial Older Persons Program Office, provinces were notified in a presentation that the National Department planned to host the Golden Game in the Western Cape during October. That's 2 months to plan such a massive event. The Western Cape Department of Social Development, HOD, Dr. Robert McDonald, wrote to the National Department informing them that our department does not have any budget allocation for this purpose in the 25-26 financial year. And we also flagged the human resource capacity that's already stretched by operational demands in this province due to a combination of rising demand for services and limitations on the filling of the post. On the 4th of August, we received a formal letter only from National DSD requesting us to be a host. This letter mentioned a request from National Department of Health to assist 3 other provinces who do not have the funding in supporting their participants. That was not offered to the Western Cape. On the 8th of August, Dr. MacDonald once again wrote to National DSD, reiterating that we do not have a budget available for transportation, accommodation, sporting uniforms for participants in this province. We do, however, went ahead and tried to collaborate with sister departments, with other spheres of government in this province to see how we can support this, even though we continuously flagged that this is incredibly short notice. On the 29th of August, we received another letter from National DSD detailing what was required of us. They ignored our previous correspondence, stating that we did not have funding available for hosting duties or the request for funding assistance. Once again, we wrote to National DSD stating the budgetary position, the extreme short time frame we'd been given to host it, just about 2 months. The difficulty in securing funding has been compounded by the short notice, which normally takes 6 months to organize. It must also be noted that the last time the Golden Games were held in Northwest, the event cost 4.8 million. 4.8 million that could actually go to providing a constrained environment in the Western Cape extra services. Now this event, after lots of back and fro, it was even the proposal that it should be moved to Bito. There's the feedback, although not confirmed, that other provinces had already incurred costs to go to Cape Town, and then it was moved to Bito. And that is why all the provinces now raise the concerns around this. It's now scheduled for next year, May, in the Free State. And this gives a bit more time for the Free State that was not offered to the Western Cape to plan this. And we will continue following up and see how we can participate within the budget that's allowed. And we're looking forward to people across the board supporting and getting extra funding to make this work.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I recognize the Honourable Kaiser Philander.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Minister Lund, thank you very much for your comprehensive response. Through you, Deputy Speaker, Honourable Minister, the National DSD has once more failed in its basic duty to serve our people. The Golden Games, one of the most anticipated events for our senior citizens, men and women who have built this country with their hard work and dedication, has been thrown into chaos. What should have been a celebration of active aging, unity and respect for our elders has instead become a symbol of national disaster and poor leadership. After months of planning, provinces had already spent thousands on flights and accommodation, Honourable Minister, through you, Deputy Speaker, as well as logistics. And then without proper communication or accountability, the event was postponed. And meanwhile, our provinces were left scrambling to recover funds and answer questions from confused participants who were ready and excited to take part. Honourable Deputy Speaker, through you to the Minister, this is more than just an administrative failure. It is a failure of respect, of integrity, and of responsibility. Our older citizens deserve far better than being left in limbo because of a minister who cannot manage her own department. Through you to the Minister, Deputy Speaker, I want to ask, were there similar challenges that you know of, Minister, experienced in previous years, or was this postponement an isolated case? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Kaiser Philander. I recognize the Honourable Kempfer.
Good morning, Honourable Speaker, members in the House, the people of the Western Cape. Honourable Speaker, as die African National Congress spreek ons vandag ons diepe hartseer uit oor die uitstel van die Golden Games. Hierdie gebeurtenis, Speaker, is veel meer as 'n sportbyeenkoms. Dit is 'n viering van lewe, veerkragtigheid en waardigheid van ons bejaarde burgers. Agbare Deputy Speaker, dit gee ons senior burgers 'n platform om aktief te bly, om te lag, om mee te ding en om deel te voel van 'n sorgsame gemeenskap wat 'n bydrae tot die samelewing waardeer. Honourable Deputy Speaker, ons wil die munisipaliteit en die provinsie prys wat saam met hulle vennote daarin geslaag het om die Golden Games aan te bied. Hierdie poging toon ware toewyding aan die welstand van ons bejaardes en opregte geloof in die belangrikheid van aktiewe veroudering. Die Golden Games bemagtig ons senior burgers Dit bou selfvertroue, verbeter gesondheid, sterk sosiale bande, herinner ons aan samelewing, daartoe ouer word. Dit beteken nie dat mense onsigbaar raak nie. Deur hierdie aktiwiteit, Deputy Speaker, word ons bejaardes aangemoedig en ons met trots om deel te leef. Agbare Deputy Speaker, wat egter werkend teleurstellend is die wyse waarop die Demokratiese Alliansie hierdie vraag gestel het. Dit is 'n enkele woord van bekommernis oor die bejaardes wat hulle kans verloor om deel te wees. Die DA belang lê slegs by die borg en die finansiële steun. Dit is nie leierskap nie, Deputy Speaker. Dit is 'n organiseerdheid wat toesig vernom word. Agbare Deputy Speaker, geen wonder ons bejaardes word verwaarloos, mishandel, uitgestaan, fasiliteite gelaat onder die bewinde regering. Hierdie stilte onder die leiding van ons senior burgers spreek boekdele. Agbare Deputy Speaker, die LER moet vir ons sê wat sy plan is om hierdie spele weer in die provinsie terug te bring. Ek dank u.
Dankie, agbare Kamfer. I recognize the Honorable Michaels.
Speaker, ek dink al die vorige members, agbare members, het basies gesê wat die NCC sê. Ek sê ons agree 100% die belangrikheid om weer die spele terug te bring, want dit is vir baie van ons ou mense iets waarna hulle al aspek in die lewe op die stadium van baie se lewens waarna hulle uitsien. En ons ondersteun die gedagte of die members wat in vywe praat dat dit weer teruggebring word. Dankie Speaker, Deputy Speaker.
Baie dankie, agbare Michaels. Ek sien nou die agbare Kaiser Philander.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, having heard from members in this House, I think it's high time that Minister Tolashe must take responsibility. The Golden Games is about our people, the elderly citizens of this country who have given their lives to building South Africa we enjoy today. They deserve respect, dignity, and competent leadership. Yet under Minister Tolashe's watch, what should have been a celebration of our senior citizens has turned into a symbol of failure and neglect. When she is not failing the elderly at the Golden Games, she is failing the vulnerable South Africans who depend on SASSA social grants to survive. This event has shown us once again that the very people the minister is meant to serve have been left behind, facing disappointment, despair, and disrespect. Provinces have lost money that cannot be recovered. Participants who trained, prepared, and traveled with hope have been left with nothing but frustration. The National Department of Social Development cannot continue to operate in this haphazard and careless manner. It is high time that the minister restores dignity, trust, and pride to the Golden Games and to the people of South Africa. Deputy Speaker, our elderly citizens deserve better. Our nation deserves better, and accountability must start now. Through you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, to the Minister, my last question in this interpellation will be, what logistical or administrative failures contributed to the postponement? I know in your initial answer, Honourable Minister, you did make mention if there's perhaps any other matters that you would want to share on this interpellation. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kaiser Philander. I recognize the Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. So I'm going to start off by firstly just highlighting what we do spend. There's the older person support in this province, 241 million. Imagine if that 5 million that the Golden Games cost must be taken away from the services from our elderly. Because this is what, Honourable Council, you are advocating for, that we should take away funding from the programs we already have. Our argument is the opposite. We can host it. We were willing to host it. We were willing to participate. National DSD come and learn from the Western Cape all the time. And we open our doors to anybody coming to learn from the province. We can learn from one another, but we cannot put the residents, the elderly at risk. Honorable Stevens, imagine if that 5 million must be taken away from KSE or from Vermont. That's not acceptable. And it's our duty to fight for this province so that the services are not impacted. We do want to host it, but you cannot impact the existing services. So give us the funding and we will gladly host it. We will go out of our way to see if we can source some free services as well, which some of the municipalities and sister departments have offered as well. So that is important. There is a failure of respect, a failure of accountability, but more importantly, there was a failure of planning. We cannot do these things last minute. So, Honorable Comfort, next time when your national minister spends 3 million traveling to New York, maybe that 3 million can go to the Golden Games. Maybe that 3 million can make sure that people actually enjoy it the way you flag it. Honorable Michaels, thank you for your support. I also trust that we'll get the support from your party nationally, that we get the funding so we don't have to impact the existing services in this province. Honorable Philander, Deputy Speaker, I don't see the time remaining.
I can see at my side 1:45.
Thank you. I will. So, Honorable Kaiser Philander, the Western Cape Older Persons Forum has informed the Western Cape Department of Social Development that they have struggled to secure donor funding to support their members to attend the games due to the uncertainty of the venue and the timing. The lack of a dedicated national budget to cover the full cost of the games, including logistical costs for attendees such as accommodation and transport, it's ongoing challenges. Now that it's been confirmed that it's going to be held in the Free State, I do want to trust that the same offer that was extended to 3 other provinces to get funding to get the elderly to the Western Cape, that offer will be extended to the Western Cape. Now that there's a confirmed venue, that will allow us to get all of our ducks in a row and try and source extra funding to give our elderly the opportunity to participate. So we are never against it, but we are against lack of planning, lack of accountability. If we start getting the basics right, then this will be a success every single year. But you can't chuck it on any province on short notice. Not Limpopo, the Free State, KZN, not the Western Cape. It's respect to your colleagues that serve the elderly, and then together we can deliver those services well. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. That concludes interpellation number 2. We will proceed to interpellation number 3, and I recognize the Honorable Minister, Minister Simmers.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. To the Honorable Heron, thank you for the question. And I'll answer the A and the B part jointly through you, Deputy Speaker, to the member. Now, in alignment with the Western Cape government's strategic approach anchored in the Informal Settlement Support Plan, or the ISSP, the prioritization of informal settlements for intervention is guided by a set of criteria, including factors such as vulnerability, age or year of the establishment of the informal settlement, and other relevant considerations. In this context, the informal settlement in question falls within the jurisdiction of the City of Cape Town, which is obligated to take reasonable and the necessary steps to ensure that all inhabitants within its area have access to basic services, as enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. In addition, households that qualify for housing opportunities may be supported through human settlements developments managed by either the City of Cape Town or my department within the relevant catchment areas, further advancing the objectives of inclusive and sustainable settlement upgrading. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now recognize the Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the question that I asked to the Minister was about the future housing plans for the residents of the Wingfield informal settlement and about any plans for basic services for them. And on Friday, the 3rd of October, I received this response, that the property in question is made up of 2 urban, neither belonging to the Western Cape government, These are Earth 168241, belonging to Indabeni Communal Property Trust, and Earth 21204, National Government of the Republic of South Africa. And here's the banger. Queries regarding future plans for the property should be directed to the registered owners, not the City of Cape Town, as the minister is now saying. The answer from a government that wears 4U on their backs would be unparliamentary to say, but the F and the U is close enough. This is a disgrace. It's a government shrugging its shoulders while people suffer, indifferent, uncaring, and unwilling to lift a finger because it's not their land. Conveniently, and according to the minister, not their problem. This tired excuse of ownership as a reason for doing nothing has become a pattern, and one that has lost all moral and legal weight. The Fisher versus Persons judgment, one that the minister should know well, made that clear. In that case, the City of Cape Town argued it couldn't intervene because the land was privately owned, and the Western Cape High Court rejected that argument outright. The court ruled that the constitutional duties to provide housing can't be sidestepped by pointing to a title deed. More than that, the court ordered the city to buy the land so displaced residents could be permanently accommodated. That judgment sets a landmark precedent. When government has a constitutional obligation, it cannot hide behind ownership while people's dignity and security are on the line. And this doesn't only apply to the city. The court pointed out that the Constitution gives national, provincial, and local governments a shared responsibility to ensure access to housing. So no sphere gets to wash its hands of that duty. So if the courts could compel the city to purchase the Fisher land, why can't the province do the same? Or at the very least, take proactive steps instead of sending dismissive answers? These questions, Deputy Speaker, came from those residents. I guess I must go back to those residents and tell them that this minister and this Western Cape government have no interest in answering their questions. This is not about convenience or technicalities. It's about constitutional responsibility. The province cannot say it's not our land and walk away while people remain displaced and desperate. The courts have already told us the state in any form must act reasonably to prevent the perpetuation of inequality, displacement, and indignity. The longer the government hides behind ownership, the longer it delays justice for those who have already been waiting for too long. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. I recognize the Honorable Wessels.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Minister has expressed that the property is made up out of two urban, neither belonging to the Western Cape government. As such, all queries concerning the future plans of the property should be directed to the registered owners. However, Speaker, it is clear that the member asking the question has no understanding of the different spheres of government and how they function. It is outrageous that Member Heron does not comprehend the obligations of the Western Cape government with respect to informal settlements, especially in relation to land not belonging to this province. Seeing that the informal settlement in question falls within the jurisdiction of the City of Cape Town, what does the Housing Act 107 of 1997 require municipalities to do to provide housing and basic services? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Wessels. I recognize the Honorable Licker.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am not shocked by the response from the MEC on the matter. In fact, the input from the MEC is something that we already knew, and that the government of the Democratic Alliance does not care about the poor. The conditions that led to the residents of 8th Avenue, Gate 7 and Olympic Informal Settlement blocking Fort Trekker Road in September are not isolated. They are the same painful reality faced by countless communities across the province. From Bekela Informal Settlement in Philippi East to Marikana and the COVID-19 settlement created during the pandemic. In Bekela, our people have lived in so-called temporary structures for more than 18 years. There is no refuse collection. The communal toilets are blocked, broken, and unclean. Promises of relocating have come and gone, while the DA government hides behind excuses of private ownership. just as it does in Kensington, Fackerton, and Wingfield. Speaker, the Constitution does not say that the poor must wait for ownership papers before they receive dignity. It obliges all spheres of government, including the Western Cape, to progressively realize access to housing, water, sanitation, and refuse removal. That is a constitutional duty, not a favor. All informal settlements established during the COVID-19 do not have access to basic services. When the DA says it cannot intervene because the land is privately owned, it exposes what we have long known, that this is the government that hates the poor. It governs for those with property, not for those with need. We call on the provincial government to stop hiding behind legal technicalities and start acting with compassion and urgency. The poor of this province cannot continue to live without water, toilets, and without any.
Please conclude. Thank you so much, Honorable Licker. I now recognize the Honorable Michaels.
Speaker, ja, ek het nou nie maar laat ek sê ek soos ek die debat volg en die posisie van die DA of die governing party is nogal kommerwekkend. Want op die einde van die dag gaan ons met 'n die NCC sê op die einde van die dag het ons met 'n situasie sit waar ons mense wil exclude deur die term private ownership te gebruik. En as ons reeds sien wat veral in die city gebeur, hoe prime land of grond wat hulle beskou as prime land verkoop aan die ryk mense, wat op die einde van die dag vir hulle die governing party se argument gaan enforce. Maar ons kan nie dit doen nie, ons kan nie dit doen nie as gevolg van dit private ownership en ons het bygrond in die stad is daar beskikbaar vir ons mense en dit is onnodig dat ons mense so bly en dit is tyd dat die provincial government en die city hulle act together kry en besef dat hierdie provinsie bestaan nie net uit die riets uit nie en dit bestaan uit die poor uit wat ook drome het en dat dit ons rol as government is om van hy drome te omskep in 'n reality en huidigelik is dit klaar dat hierdie government nie die wil het of belangstel om na die behoeftes en drome van ons mense te kyk nie. En dit is kommerwekkend dat ons in private ownership, ja, dit mag behoort aan iemand, maar op die einde van die dag is dit hierdie government se rol om te gaan en te sit met mense en te kyk of daai grond kan gekoop word vir ons mense vir behuising nie. Dankie.
Thank you, Honorable Michaels. I recognize the Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we must be clear. This is not about who owns the land. It's about what this government owes to the people living on the land. While I was asking about the residents in an informal settlement in Kensington, the response raises questions about this government's attitude to settlements across the province. When the minister, in reply to a different question of mine, told us that there were 1,274 informal settlements across the Western Cape with approximately 405,000 households, did he include the people living on this land and others that do not live on provincial government land in those numbers? If not, then we have a much bigger crisis of informality. And this answer tells us that this government doesn't give a damn. Speaker, the minister was morally and legally wrong to express such indifference. The province has a constitutional and moral duty, and pretending otherwise is cowardice. Section 26 guarantees the right to adequate housing, and Section 27 guarantees the right to basic services, dignity, sanitation, and safety. Those rights don't vanish because the land belongs to someone else. Whether or not this government owns the land, those residents are part of this province and they deserve to be seen, planned for, and protected. The tired excuse of ownership has become a shield against accountability. And after the judgment of Fisher versus Persons, that defense no longer stands. The courts have made it clear Government cannot hide behind a title deed while people live without shelter, toilets, or safety. Housing is a shared constitutional duty across all levels of government, and no one gets to opt out because it's inconvenient. This is a moment for courage, and the province should be engaging with national government and the Ndebeni Trust, exploring joint land acquisition, service partnerships, or inclusion in the provincial government's housing development framework. I was going to ask about relocation, but let's be honest, this government can't even manage the ones it already promised. These are not radical measures. Instead, the province sends out replies declaring, not our land, as though that absolved it of a responsibility. Waiting for a court order to force action is not leadership, it's failure. The province has both the means and the mandate to act now, to plan, to coordinate, and to deliver services that restore dignity and safety. Deputy Speaker, this is not about title deeds or land titles. It's about lives, about whether people living in Wingfield or people in any of the 1,274 other informal settlements will continue to be treated as invisible. The Western Cape government must step up, accept that land ownership is not a barrier to action, and commit to integrating this community into a tangible housing and service delivery plan. And at least have the humility to dignify the residents' questions with a decent answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. I recognize Honorable Minister Simmers.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And I think just to assist the Honourable Michaels with what I'm responding to, I'm going to read the Honourable Heron's interpellation question. What obligation, if any, does the Western Cape government have to A, include the settlement and dwellers in a housing plan, and B, implement a service plan for occupiers regardless of who owns the land? Now, given the history of Knoflokskraal and the alleged role of the Honourable Michaels, and ironically sitting in front of the party who allegedly encouraged Knoflokskraal's invasion, it's quite apt that they sit the one behind the other in this house, because Knoflokskraal is a true sign of ultimately what happens when the law is misinterpreted or ignored. Honourable Vessels, Section 9, 1A of the Housing Act 107 of 1997 says the following. Every municipality must, as part of the municipality's process of integrated development planning, take all reasonable and necessary steps within the framework of national and provincial housing legislation and policy to 1, ensure that the inhabitants of its area of jurisdiction have access to adequate housing on a progressive basis, and 2, ensure that services in respect of water, sanitation, electricity, roads, stormwater, drainage, and transport are provided in a manner which is economically efficient. But it's important to note that the Housing Act of 107 of 1997 clearly also outlines the respective roles and responsibilities of the three spheres of government in the housing delivery system ultimately. In terms of Section 7, 1A of the Act, every provincial government must, and it says, do the following: within the framework of national housing policy and legislation, do everything in its power to promote and facilitate the provision of adequate housing within its province. This is achieved primarily by supporting and capacitating municipalities, which are the designated housing development authorities in terms of Section 9.1. Accordingly, while the Western Cape government has a statutory duty to promote, support, and monitor the implementation of housing programs, the primary implementation responsibility for the planning, which is crucial, otherwise you have Knoflokskraal, prioritization, and servicing of informal settlements rests with the municipality in whose jurisdiction the land and community fall. Furthermore, Section 7.2a provides that the provincial government must not act in a manner that encroaches upon the functional or institutional integrity of a municipality, as protected under Section 151.4 of the Constitution, which the Honourable Heron also referred to. Therefore, any direct intervention by the province on land not owned by it and falling under a municipal jurisdiction must occur only within the perimeters of cooperative governance upon request or through an agreed program of support. In this instance, therefore, while my department continues to work closely with the City of Cape Town to support the upgrading and service provision of informal settlements, the obligation for inclusion in housing and service delivery plans lies primarily with the city in alignment with the national and provincial frameworks. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. That concludes interpellations. I recognize the Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I want to make a proposal to the House that notwithstanding the provision of Rule 18, that the subject for discussion in the name of Honourable Kaiser Philander be brought forward to before oral questions, meaning right now. If the House so wishes, I move that.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. I put the question to the House. Is there any objections to the motion being moved? There's no objections. It's agreed to. Honorable members, we will now proceed to the subject for discussion in the name of the Honorable Kaiser Philander. I recognize the Honorable Kaiser Philander.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Before I became a member, I was a mother and a parent, and I stand confront with the painful truth that our children are being lost. They are being stolen by gangs, by drugs, and by despair. However, Deputy Speaker, as a citizen, I stand here today confronted with another painful truth. Our beloved South Africa is being betrayed. Betrayed by those who swore an oath to serve and protect. Deputy Speaker, damn it is the word. Ek weet nie of dit onparlementêr is nie, adjunk speaker, maar dis die uitdrukking dat 80% van moorde in die Wes-Kaap aan bendeaktiwiteite gekoppel is. And again, damn it, gaan dalk die rede wees dat u my gaan uitgooi vandag, adjunk speaker, maar dis die eerste woord wat opkom, dat tussen 1 April en 31 Augustus hierdie jaar 63 kinders in die Wes-Kaap vermoor is. 63 kinders. Elkeen met 'n naam, 'n gesig en 'n toekoms wat nou nooit sal realiseer nie. En hoekom? Want die Suid-Afrikaanse Polisiediens onder nasionale gesag het gefaal om ons mense te beskerm. When the social fabric tears, crime thrives. When corruption, cadre deployment and incompetence rule, it is our communities that bleed. Chapter 8 of the Western Cape Constitution places a sacred duty upon this government to promote the development and protection of the people of the Western Cape within its powers. And the Bill of Rights guarantees every child the right to be protected from neglect, abuse, and violence. Yet, here we are. And Deputy Speaker, the Western Cape is not an island on its own. Children are dying, and the national government are failing to act. Why do you not give more policing powers to the Western Cape in order to adequately, effectively, and efficiently protect our children? So today, the opposition parties on that side will say, focus on the Western Cape. And I say, yes, let's focus on the Western Cape. Let's talk about this province that is deliberately starved of police resources, where detectives are overworked, intelligence is absent, and communities are left exposed. Deputy Speaker, is this because this province is run by the DA? Is this political spite? Must our streets run red with blood every day simply because we are the Western
Order,
Cape?
members.
Where are the national interventions? Where is the urgency to save our children's lives? Honorable Deputy Speaker, the tragedy that we see is not inevitable. It is a direct result of social system collapse. When social grants are delayed, families go hungry. When families go hungry, children are recruited by gangs to survive. That's the reality. Hunger becomes a recruitment tool. And this is how poverty, neglect, and corruption become weapons against our children. Deputy Speaker, let's talk about social workers. There are only 15,000 employed nationally, and they are sure there should be 55,000. They should be identifying families at risk, intervening proactively, stopping the decay of households before children are exposed to gangs and crime. Instead, social workers are overburdened, under-resourced, and left reacting to crisis instead of preventing them. The Zondo Commission warned against cadre deployment, yet the ANC continues to pack key posts with friends, family, and loyalists. In 2021, 35% of senior managers did not meet qualifications. 60 billion in irregular expenditure, 4 billion unauthorized. And Deputy Speaker, still they claim there's no money. There's no money for schools, no money for social workers, and no money to protect our children. We know the truth. Daar was geld. There were money. Now, R500 billion to R1 trillion was stolen by corruption. Shame on you. How can you defend this? You've got blood on your hands. There's no money for our children's protection because of you.
Honorable Kaiser Philander, are you able to take your seat? I see the Honorable Syed.
Chair, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I think thus far, both sides of the House have been very orderly in this particular sitting. I think that must be commended. However, I think the Honorable Philander, and I understand this is a very emotive topic and understandably so, but the Honorable Philander, on the raise a point of order, should not be referring and she's casting aspersions on members of this side of the House by saying you have blood on your hands. I'm not asking you to rule at this moment, but please look at the Hansard, because as far as I'm concerned, that's out of order. Thank you.
Honorable Syed, before I rule and proceed, I see the Honorable Walters.
Chairperson, just in that same vein, there was quite a fair amount of abuse thrown at member, interrupting her while she's speaking, coming from, particularly the leader of the opposition's party. Can you also rule, and this before she made her comments that possibly could have been controversial, can you possibly rule on that as well?
Honorable members, we have stopped the clock at 2 minutes and 12 seconds. I'm wanting to caution the House and wanting to be very clear. On both sides of the aisle this morning, I heard the word damn. That particular word means one is expressing frustration and anger or to strongly criticize. And I can understand that members in this House would have that particular feelings. However, I would want to inform each and every member that we have a speakers list and political parties are represented on that particular speakers list. And I will deeply encourage members to respect the decorum of the House so that I do not need to interrupt the speaker while he or she is delivering their speech, because all political parties will have their opportunity to make their submissions. I trust that that is in order, and I will request that the member proceed with her input at this particular time, and that members will maintain the decorum of the House. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And what we see today from the opposition is noise, drama, and grandstanding. While our children die, they perform for headlines. While communities plead for protection, they play politics with people's pain. They mock our call for the evolution of policing powers, yet this call is not political theater. Deputy Speaker, this is a call for survival. It is the constitutional right of the people of the Western Cape to protect its citizens. Maar hier in die Weskaap, at young speaker, the DA leads with action, not excuses, and we indeed step up. Under the DA governance, the Western Cape Department of Social Development continues to deliver efficiently, transparently, and with measurable impact. From child and family support to GBV and youth programs, the department channels billions directly into communities, and niemand se sakke nie, into communities, empowering thousands through food relief, care worker training, skills development, and shelter support. These are not abstract numbers, Deputy Speaker. These are lives transformed. This is what it means to govern with purpose. And yet again, This debate is not about politics. It should not be about politics. It should be about protection. Yes, I have to mention the ANC. Van reg is reg, verkeerd is verkeerd. 1 plus 1 was nog altyd 2, adjunct speaker. It is about the sacred duty to defend the most vulnerable. We will continue to step up, legislating reforms, building systems, protecting children. We will continue to fight, not with noise, but with action, not with slogans, but with results, because they may be children, but their right to safety, to hope, and to life is larger than any excuse. Deputy Speaker, I'm shouting because I'm a mother, I'm a parent. If you can't feel this today, but this is typical the ANC, you've lost touch, and that is why you are this few members here today.
Thank you.
That you are. Deputy Speaker, this is the South
Honorable
Africa we fight
Kaiser
for,
Philander, your
and this South
time has
Africa we
expired.
will deliver. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kaiser Philander. I now recognize the Honorable Benson Nkwensu.
Thank you very much, Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, we call for a holistic approach and solution-driven on violent crime. And thus, we call on President Ramaphosa to classify and declare violent crime as a national disaster. Speaker, whilst we thank Honorable Philander for bringing this debate, but let us be clear from the onset. This debate is framed on a foundation of dishonest and political cowardice. Philander and Member Philander and her neoliberal DA commit two fundamental blunders, all rooted in their dishonest and political cowardice.
Honorable
First,
Nkwensu.
they refuse.
Honorable Nkwensu, are you able to take your seat? I recognize the Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I'd like to know if the Honourable Nkwensu is prepared to take a question on that statement.
Honorable Nkwensu, I put the question to you. Are you prepared to take a question?
No.
Please proceed.
First, they refuse to take political responsibility for the explosion of violent crime under their watch as their ruling party in the Western Cape and the city of Cape Town. Instead, they do what they always do best, that of apportioning blame to everyone else while washing their hands of accountability. Second, they isolate one aspect of a far deeper crisis, pretending violence can be discussed in fragments, as if it's not a systematic collapse rooted in chronic crisis of underdevelopment, inequality, unemployment, and neglect. Speaker, this framing exposes the DA's intellectual and moral bankrupts. It reveals the leadership community detached from the lived experiences of the working class. We can only relate with you, Member Philander, because we know where you're from. You are not faking, unlike the white elite leading the DA. This is not a surprise, as I have indicated. Crime is in Khayelitsha, is in Mitchell's Plains, in Hanover Park, is in Paarl East. They don't live there where bullets fly. They don't bury their children every weekend. They don't hear the wailing of mothers whose sons are swallowed by gangs. Those are the realities reserved for the black working class families. The very people the DA uses for votes abandons them the next day. Speaker, this house is not a talk shop for political theatrics. It exists to make laws and hold those in authority accountable. Yet the DA's shallow framing of this debate seeks to reduce Parliament to exactly that, a debating club where symptoms are discussed and causes are ignored. Today, they want us to debate the killing of children. Tomorrow, they will want us to debate the killing of women, the killing of ambulance drivers, the killing of SASA workers, as if these tragedies are isolated. They are not. They are all the results of one thing: violent crime crisis spurring out of control under the DA-led government. Let's face it, Speaker. Black working class communities of Mitchell's Plain, of Tryfontein, of Philippi are under siege. These are war zones, not communities. Where we stand, the enemy is not just gangsters and extortionists with guns. It's also the government that fails to act, a government that fails to address the environmental design of black working class townships. Thus, in 1 week, between 3 and 9 of November 2025, 101 murders were recorded in Cape Town. Certainly, this reported tells us that 101 lives lost in 7 days, yet the day comes here to push and play politics and tell us about the whole tired rhetoric of devolution of powers. For all to know, when children are recruited into gangs, it is not by choice, it is by circumstances. The chronic poverty, unemployment, inequality in township, the lack of sports fields, Honorable Ricardo, recreation centers, libraries, and youth programs, these are breeding grounds for despair. Take Nyanga MEC, where abantwana practice soccer on dusty open fields next to the N2, dodging stone and glass and danger because of this DA government refuses to build them proper facilities as well as swimming pools. Last year, I shared a painful story about Sipo, a young boy drawn into gangs because he had no opportunities. MEC Mackenzie dismissed it, mocked it, and as usual, blamed the national government. Today, I return with a tragedy. Sipo is dead. He died in a hail of bullets. Another statistics in city that has become a slaughterhouse. For all to know, Sipo was not killed by a rival gang. Sipo was killed by this DA government that has failed to invest in the youth, in jobs, in hope. You have blood on your hands. Speaker, we cannot continue to pretend that this crisis can be managed
Muchuno has got
through
blood
press
in his
conferences
hand.
and political games.
Honorable Unquenso, are you able to take your seat? I recognize the Chief Whip.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I'm not sure if I heard you earlier when Honorable Syed rose on a point of order with the reference blood on your hands. I'm not sure if Honorable Syed meant that it only applies to this side of the House, but it should still apply to his caucus as well. I'm not sure why Honorable Ngwensu would use that term when the Leader of the Opposition raised an objection to the term being used. I know that there are challenges in the ANC, but surely they can't be that divided.
Honorable members, I am prepared to make a ruling at this particular time, but before I do so, I see the Honorable Lecker.
No, thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I have received procedural advice that I can conclude before I see the Honorable Lecker. So if you are able to take your seat. Honorable members, I can confirm that after engaging with the table staff, that particular terminology is deemed to be unparliamentary. And I will caution members to not use it in this particular house. I now see the Honorable Lecker. And I will, before the Honorable Nkwinso proceed, for him to withdraw accordingly. But,
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
but I see you now, Honorable Lecker.
I would like to caution you, Deputy Speaker. The same wording was used by Member Philander, and you chose that you are going to make a ruling at a later stage. Now, I wish to request, as and when you ask Member Nensu to withdraw, you do the same with Member Philander. And I think on a fair basis, the concept of mutatis mutandi in this case applies. Thank you.
Yes, let me proceed. Let me proceed. And at this particular time, the chair does not need to be cautioned, but the chair will also appreciate input from the House. Let me say at this particular time, I'm first going to look at the Honorable Kaiser Philander and then request that the Honorable Kaiser Philander withdraw the statement. And then I will look to my left to the Honorable Benson Nkwensu. And before he proceed, I will request that he also withdraw that particular statement. And there will be 2 minutes left on the clock. Honorable Kaiser Philander, I note you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The disciplined member that I am, I withdraw. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kaiser Philander. Honorable Nkwenso, I would request that you withdraw your comment before you proceed with 2 minutes remaining on the clock.
Denza kanjalo nam Sekela Somlom.
The Honorable Member has withdrawn.
Given the state of violent crime in Cape Town, it is evident that violent crime has reached a catastrophic proportion. The Western Cape is bleeding. Therefore, on behalf of the African National Congress, once again, we call on the President, Ramaphosa to classify and declare violent crime in the Western Cape as a national disaster, because this government has no capacity to respond to the systematic and structural challenges facing our people, which is responsible for the rate of violent crime in this township. Because it is only then we can mobilize all departments, coordinate across all spheres, and unlock emergency funding to confront this crisis head on. We make this call because the DA cannot. The DA is incapable of complementing subs. Instead, it hides behind its tired rhetoric about devolution of police powers, as if a control will serve as a panado to respond to the challenges they face. This government fails to respond or execute powers where they have provincial competence. And that is why only in Cape Town alone, we have more than 953 squatter camps, yet you are here
Please address
to
the
have
chair member.
capacity, we have competence. Premier Windy, you have no policy, you have no plan. What do you need?
Honorable Nkwenzo, are you able to take your seat? Is that a point of order?
Yes, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the member is very passionate, but he has to address you. The Premier is currently not in the House, so we'd like you to keep a record of what's being said, please.
Honorable members, I have the floor. Honorable members, during a heated debate and discussion, I would once again urge members to please speak via the chair. Honorable Nkwenzo, you have 34 seconds.
This province, Deputy Speaker, is in a pilot. It is for that reason that the Premier could not process the police ombudsman report for a number of years. Should he had processed it, we are not going to be where we are today. It is for that reason that that report must be handed to a commission of inquiry to ensure that the rot is dealt with and that the president indeed intervene and ensure that a national state of disaster is declared, because this government has no political will, because our people are dying, and it is only those of Mitchell's Plain, of Hanover Park,
Please conclude.
of Philippi East who are dying, not where the white elite of
Thank
the
you
DA
so much,
reside.
Honorable
Thank you very much.
Nkwenzo. I now recognize the Honorable Stevens.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Today, we speak with heavy hearts. Too many of our children in the Western Cape have been killed. Innocent lives lost to crime, drugs, and gangsterism. These are not accidents. These are the result of a national government that has failed its people, failed our families, and failed our children. The Patriotic Alliance says enough is enough. For years, communities have been crying out for help, but the government has turned a deaf ear. Our police stations are understaffed. Our social workers are exhausted. Our mothers are living in fear. And while our children are being buried, the national and provincial government does nothing but make speeches. We want to say this loud and clear. This is not just the Western Cape problem. This is South African crisis. The national government has abandoned our communities. And when a government fails to protect its citizens, especially its children, that government has lost its moral authority to lead. The PA is calling for urgent, decisive action. Deploy the South African National Defence Force into gang-ridden areas. Our communities have become war zones, and if the army can protect our borders, it can protect our children. Strengthen child protection and social services immediately. Provide resources to community safety structures that are already doing the work government has failed to do. And hold every official accountable who ignores their duty to keep our children safe. We cannot allow criminals to rule our streets. We cannot allow fear to destroy another generation. The army must be brought in to stabilize our communities, to restore peace, to protect our families, and to give our children a chance to live without fear. PA stands with every mother, every father, every community that is tired of crying and tired of empty promises. We will continue to fight until the national government acts or steps aside for leaders who will put our people first. Enough talking, enough failure. It's time for action, and we call on South Africa to stand together on the 1st of December, wearing all black to say we had enough of senseless killings. It's time to protect our children. Colored lives matter. Colored Lives Matter does not mean we are excluding you. It's just to say, stand with us, since we as colored have a crisis within our communities and no one stands up for us. This is the time we need to show the world that there are a need from colored communities. It's a cry for solidarity. Let's come together on the 1st of December 2025 to show the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stevens. I now recognize the Honorable Kasim.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I find it shocking that the DA will sponsor debate of this nature, taking into account that the political party also forms part of the national government under the so-called GNU. So if there are failures by the national government, it is obvious that this also means that all those parties under the GNU are failing us, including the DA. But it is also a reality, Deputy Speaker, that it's true rather that crime in the Western Cape has increased under the watch of the DA, who has been governing this province for almost 2 decades. And if this governing party of this province was really serious about eradicating crime in the Western Cape, it wouldn't take them almost 2 decades to find solutions to this issue. Because of the DA's failure here in the Western Cape as well to address the root causes of crime, our children are not only butchered on a daily basis, but they are also active participants representing gangs, and some of them as young as 7 years old who are given targets to rob and kill within our communities on a daily basis. Deputy Speaker, our children has lost hope, while gangsters are becoming their idols, all due to the fact that gangsterism is going unchallenged to a degree that they've become acceptable within our communities. Our children are being robbed of their childhood, and because of this, their commitment to education is seen as almost meaningless, because even qualified teachers and doctors who can't find jobs in this province have no option but to give in to drug and gang activity just to put bread on their table. Deputy Speaker, policing the issue uh, but Deputy Speaker, policing this issue is never going to work if both the national and provincial government does not address the root causes of crime, especially in African and colored communities. Because even the education and social development departments, among others, are failing when it comes to developing programs that will take these children away from being in conflict with the law, or even worse, being killed due to gang violence. The Premier's safety plan that was supposed to safeguard our children and decrease crime in this province, it is instead a complete failure, with more than 10 people being killed in this province on a daily basis under the Premier's watch. In conclusion, Speaker, those running this province at the moment must just admit that they are failing the task of fighting crime in the Western Cape, both provincially and nationally where they serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Honourable Van Minnen.
Honourable Speaker, we're here today to confront a national failure, the failure of the South African Police Service. A service that has failed women, failed children, and failed every community that lives in fear while criminals roam free. In the Western Cape, children are dying, not from disease, but from bullets, not from fate, but from failure. Let me be clear. The death of children lies at the feet of the national ANC government, who has abandoned its responsibilities to the Western Cape. An ANC that has presided over the transformation of the state to not just a gangster's paradise, but to a national criminal cartel with SAPs hijacked by criminals. And this has been allowed to happen for the past 30 years. Honourable Speaker, let me paint you a picture. In February 2025, 4-year-old Davin Africa lies sleeping in his home on Happiness Street in Westbank, a name that mocks the hell that is about to unfold there. A stray bullet from gang crossfire pierces his frail body, ending a life not yet begun. 2 years earlier, his 12-year-old sister, Kelly Amber Koopman, was murdered in the same corner of the city, shot dead during a blackout, national government again, that left her exposed like prey in the dark. This is not one family's curse. This is part of an epidemic. Our province is plagued by between 90 and 130 active gangs with over 100,000 members. These gangs steal futures. They recruit children, adolescents, teenagers, and our hope for the future. Because when national government has abandoned them, gangs offer belonging to children, identity and protection. When the police are absent, the gang becomes the law. The gang becomes the family. Evidence shows us that children are being recruited into gangs more frequently and are being exposed to the most violent and extreme elements of their activities from as young as the age of 12. That means when it comes to the homicide rate for children, the highest rates occur in the 15 to 17-year age group, and particularly among boys. And who pulls the trigger? Not just the gangs. Oh no. The real shooters are the architects of neglect. National government whose historic failures are as deliberate as they are deadly. First, the policing apocalypse. The South African Police Service, SAPS, is a hollow shell in the Western Cape. Anti-gang units patrol without radios at work. More than half their vehicles rusting in lots like forgotten promises. No specialized training. Bad understaffing and a lack of detectives. Which takes us to our second point. Let's talk about what SAPS calls case management. The benchmark number of cases per detective should be 60. But in Nyanga, detectives are handling 73 cases each. In Khayelitsha, 115 cases each. In Harare, 109. And in Philippi, a single detective is juggling an unimaginable 193 cases. And this is important because only SAPS has the mandate to investigate and have detectives. Detectives matter in terms of dealing with gun crime, which is why we have a conviction rate of less than 5%. Let me repeat that. Only SAPS has the right and the ability to have detectives and investigative powers. So how can justice prevail when one detective must investigate nearly 200 cases? How can victims find hope when the system itself has given up on them? It is because of this betrayal that the DA-run Western Cape government has been forced to step up and do what the national government will not. Through the Law Enforcement Advancement Plan, LEAP, we've placed boots on the ground, increased visibility, and restored a sense of safety in areas where SAPS has failed. But the Western Cape cannot and should not be expected to replace SAPS. We cannot replicate their investigative mandate, no matter how hard we try, particularly when national government refuses to share that power to investigate in the first place. Our message today is simple. We will not allow the national government's failure to define our destiny. We will not allow women and children to live in fear. We will not be silent while the ANC looks the other way and attempts to shift the blame again and again and again, as they are right this moment. Expand investigative policing power. Arm our police with tools, not excuses. Strengthen our local police funded in the Western Cape by the Western Cape with supplementary powers to investigate. Allow the Western Cape to build safety where dreams, not dealers, thrive. Honourable Speaker, to the people of the Western Cape, I say this. The DA will not stop fighting for your safety. We will continue to expose the failure of SAPS, to hold the national government accountable, and to build the partnerships that restore peace, justice, and dignity in our community. Because safety is not a privilege, it is a right. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable Van Minnen. I now recognize the Honourable Michaels.
Thank you, Speaker. The DA is something else, really. I mean, they are part of the national government. They are part of this national government. So what hulle basies sê is dat hulle is equally responsible. They blame the national government, meaning they are equally responsible for what they blame them for. 'n jaar gelede het die premier in die einste wetgewer erken dat die begroting van onderwys en gesondheid gesny was om gemeenskapsveiligheid te herlei, dat dit herlei word vir die implementering van die Weskaapse veiligheidsplan. Die Weskaapse veiligheidsplan, waarop die DA-regering al meer as 2 biljoen rand gespend het. En vandag vra hulle vir ingryping van die nasionale regering. So wat hulle sê, it was a 2 billion rand wasted. Die premier sit al vir jare op 'n verslag van die polisie ombudsman rakende die verhouding tussen die bendes en die Suid-Afrikaanse Polisiediens in die Weskaap. En sy voorganger Jalen Zille het geweier om 'n kommissie aan te stel om die beweringe van die DA beheerde burgemeesterkomitee, lede van die stad Kaapstad en lede van die provinsiale uitvoerende komitee wat tenders aan bendes gee. Agbare Speaker, die sistematiese probleme wat lei tot die toename in kindermoorde kan by die voete van die DA-regeerde stad van Kaapstad en die Weskaap se regering gelê word. Die DA beskerm die bende ten koste van die lewens van jong onskuldige kinders op die Kaapse vlakte. As die NCC is ons nie gekant teen die versoek vir die ingryping van die nasionale regering nie, maar hoekom nou op die voorhand van 'n plaaslike regeringsverkiesing? Tot en met die DA ophou om die bendes te beskerm en te beloon met tenders, gaan nie eens die ingryping van die nasionale regering ons onskuldige kinders se lewens beveilig
Michaels,
nie.
your tyd is verstreke.
Sorry?
Your time has expired.
Oh.
Just for noting, there's a digital clock, honourable member, on the screen that you can follow while you deliver your speech for next time.
Okay, die NCC vra dus dat die DA uit die water uitstaan.
Your
En
time has already expired, honourable member.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. I now recognize the honourable Marais.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, the ANC has ushered in a culture of incompetence and corruption between 1994 and 2024. This has led to a national socio-economic and security crisis we are faced with today. We have a shortage of police officers to the size of our population,
Honourable
especially.
Marais, please take your seat. There is a point of order in the chamber. Honourable Gensu, is that a point of order?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Can the vacillating member, is he prepared to take a question?
I will ask the member if he's prepared to take a question. Honourable Marais, are you prepared to take a question?
Speaker, I will take a question next week when we have tea. When we
Order.
have tea together, not today.
All right, the honourable member is not prepared to take a question. You may continue.
Thank you very much. Speaker, we also have a shortage of detectives in the Western Cape, the largest shortage of all the provinces. High vacancies in terms of state prosecutors, further exacerbating the low conviction rate, especially in child killing criminal cases. A backlog of forensic DNA samples not processed yet. The Honourable Ian Cameron quoted 140,000, more than 140,000 outstanding for processing, resulting in criminal cases being withdrawn from the court roll. These systemic issues allows criminals to reoffend time and time again. It's a travesty of justice. But Speaker, the Western Cape government must respond to these challenges and rescue our children living in gang-infested areas. We must respond by building more schools of skills for training so that kids who drop out of school can have a skill before they are approached by gangs. We need to bring back the walking bus initiative, which was a community-driven initiative stopped by the DA for financial reasons. Speaker, these are things we have to do, and the Freedom Front Plus calls that the Western Cape Safety Plan be a youth-focused crime prevention initiative and strategy. And in conclusion, Speaker, the minimum sentences for child killing should be increased to 20 years without the option of parole. That is what this House must call for. And let us have
Honourable
more
Marais, your time has
devolution
expired.
of powers for the Western Cape. I thank you,
Thank you.
Speaker.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the Honourable Brinkhuis.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, are we busy with statements?
No, we're not at the statements yet. We're still busy with the subject for discussion. Order, members. I can answer the member. The member directed the question to me. Honourable
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Brinkhuis.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, I'm covered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the Minister of Police Oversight and Community Safety, Minister Marais.
Honourable Speaker, children remain among the most vulnerable members of our society when it comes to crime. They are too often the victims of violence, abuse, and neglect. And tragically, in many cases, the perpetrators are not strangers, but people they know, trust, and have allowed into their lives. This reality makes it particularly difficult for law enforcement to prevent such crimes, as much of the violence occurs behind closed doors, hidden from public view. It is therefore crucial that as communities we do not turn a blind eye. Friends, neighbors, family members, and colleagues all have an important role to play in protecting those who cannot protect themselves. When we see the signs of abuse, we must not remain silent. Silence and inaction allow the cycle of violence to persist and perpetuate itself from one generation to the next. Speaking up and reporting incidents of violence against children is not merely an act of courage, it is a moral duty that each of us shares. Speaker, the Western Cape Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety continues to empower ordinary citizens to assist the police and other law enforcement agencies in creating safer communities. We are doing this through the establishment of neighborhood watches, farm watches, and by providing support to community policing forums. These structures play an invaluable role in strengthening partnership between law enforcement and communities. By promoting citizen involvement, we are building a collective network of vigilance and accountability. Citizens who play an active part in creating safer neighborhoods remain an essential pillar of our province's safety ecosystem. As a provincial government, we are doing everything within our power to support the South African Police Service in their policing efforts. One of our key contributions has been the deployment of more than 1,200 additional law enforcement advancement plan officers to areas experiencing the highest levels of violent crime and murder. These officers are strategically placed where the need is greatest, supplementing the efforts of SAPS in restoring order and saving lives. We also provide strategic and data-driven support through initiatives such as the Hotspot Policing Project, which channels policing resources to specific areas within police precincts based on crime pattern analysis. This evidence-based approach has already yielded positive results, contributing to measurable reductions in violent crime in targeted precincts over recent crime reporting quarters. However, Honourable Speaker, despite these advances, the proliferation of illegal firearms continues to exacerbate the cycle of violence, especially violence against children. These weapons empower criminals to commit more deadly acts, turning disputes into fatalities and transforming entire neighborhoods into battlefields. It is an unbearable reality that children are often caught in a crossfire of these senseless territorial wars. I have repeatedly called on the SAPS to intensify the efforts to remove illegal guns and ammunition from our streets. Every illegal firearm confiscated represents not only a weapon taken out of commission, but a potential life saved. In recent months, through coordinated operations involving SAPS, the Cape Town Metro Police and LEAP officers, large quantities of firearms and ammunition have been successfully seized. These successes demonstrate what can be achieved when different law enforcement entities collaborate effectively. Nonetheless, the SAPS in the Western Cape remain severely under-resourced. This chronic lack of resources poses a major obstacle to effective policing and undermines the fight against violent crime and gangsterism. For years, the Western Cape government has appealed to the national government to allocate additional policing resources to our province, appeals that have too often gone unanswered. While we welcome the 1,000 plus new recruits allocated to the Western Cape in December 2024, this measure alone cannot undo the consequences of more than a decade of neglect in national policing priorities. It will take sustained investment and strategic planning to rebuild SAP's capacity to the level that our communities urgently require. Speaker, I am cautiously cautiously optimistic following the statements made by Acting Minister of Police Professor Kachalia, who recently acknowledged both the magnitude of the policing challenges facing the Western Cape and the lack of a coherent national plan to address gangsterism. This recognition is an important first step. We trust that it will now translate into urgent, tangible action, including the development of a comprehensive strategy to dismantle organized criminal networks and reclaim our communities from the grip of gangs. Yet it must be said that policing alone cannot solve the deeply entrenched problem of gangsterism. Crime and violence are not created in a vacuum. They are symptoms of broader socioeconomic realities. Unemployment, poverty, inequality, substance abuse, and a breakdown of social inclusion all contribute to the conditions that breed criminality. If we wish to build truly safe and healthy communities, we must address these root causes in partnership with citizens, civil society, and the private sector. This integrated approach lies at the heart of our Western Cape Safety Plan 2.0. The plan recognizes that true safety extends beyond the presence of law enforcement. It is about prevention, empowerment, and opportunity. By tackling the underlying drivers of violence, economic exclusion, limited opportunities, and social disconnection, we can create an environment in which crime struggles to take root. An integral component of the Western Cape Safety Plan will be the development of local community safety and development plans. These will be tailored to the unique challenges and dynamics of each community. We know that every area has its own story, its own struggles, and its own strengths. The Mitchells Plain Safety and Development Plan focuses on empowering, upskilling residents, addressing the socioeconomic challenges that drive people, particularly young people, into the arms of gangs. The plan places a strong emphasis on youth development, creating meaningful opportunities that steer young people away from crime and towards productive futures. Speaker, the safety of children and all residents of the Western Cape will always remain our foremost priority. We cannot rest until every person, regardless of where they live, feels safe in their home, their street, and their community. Together, through vigilance, compassion, and collective responsibility, we can and will create a safer, more just Western Cape for all. Thank you.
Order. 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 I recognize the Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this is a very important debate because as the ACDP Lord, we believe and its children are a gift from God and need to be protected according to the Constitution and the Children's Act. Speaker, we have in South Africa, we celebrate Child Protection Week, and that is on the 29th of May to the 5th of June. And the theme was working together in enduring violence against children. But Speaker, we must all work together. When I say that, it's government, civil society, families, individuals to safeguard our children. But Speaker, let me also say there was an article released by the Institute of Security Studies, the 5th of June 2025, where there was a conference out in Colombia, and our minister, national minister, social development minister was there, and ministers from 102 countries, and they made a few commitments. Let me just remind the House what the minister committed to. One was to implement evidence-based parenting programs in 52 districts to ensure a safe home environment for our children and to reduce the abuse of children and corporal punishment by parents and caregivers. It also said South Africa pledged that psychosocial services will be available 24 hours a day to parents and caregivers in distress. And they said ultimately this will potentially decrease the violence against children. So, Speaker, we can debate, but this is everybody's problem, and we all need to step up to reduce the violence against the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Christians, I now recognize the Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this debate is fundamentally dishonest. The DA has been in control of the Western Cape on its own for nearly 20 years. If the best it can do is blame national government for spiraling violence, we must ask what is the point of having a provincial government at all? Besides which, the DA is in the national government. Children have been let down by government at all levels, let down by indifferent policing, let down by increasingly irrelevant provincial politicians nominally in charge of housing, schools, health, transport, safety, and let down by a city hell-bent on proclaiming itself the best run in the world, but only in certain areas. A few years ago, Speaker, I was introduced to a 14-year-old girl who was abducted from the streets of Mitchell's Plain and taken to Strandfontein Beach, where she was raped throughout the night. She survived because the perpetrator was interrupted in the act of slitting her throat from ear to ear by an off-duty policeman who happened to be walking his dog. She's back at school now despite never having received proper trauma or HIV counseling. In fact, the Western Cape's Provincial Hospital didn't even tell her she was HIV positive. Several appointments with social workers were missed due to not having money for transport. Social services hasn't bothered to visit the home. She lives in a road that opens into a bleak courtyard of sorts. There's no food in the home when I last visited. It's a cold, antisocial environment. A number of houses in the immediate vicinity are smokies or tick houses. To get to school, she must pluck up the courage to walk past these places. She wears a light scarf to cover her scar. She survived by a miracle. It takes daily miracles for hundreds of thousands of children to survive life in the ghettos, let alone develop with dreams intact. Her story strips the DA's concern about the so-called systemic issues responsible for child killings in
Honorable
the
Heron, your
province
time has
of any
expired.
truth or reality.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the Honorable Lecker. Can I please have the podium for Honorable Lecker? Can I please just make sure that Honorable Lecker's time is not started? Thank you very much, Honorable Lecker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Nensu is correct in broadening this debate to the crisis of violent crime in Cape Town as the main issue. The killing of children is part of that broader epidemic. Every day in the Western Cape feels like a day of mourning. In the past 96 hours, there were over 30 deaths reported. Between September and November alone, Cape Town has averaged 7 murders a day, 7 families shattered, 7 futures stolen. Far too many of those who pull the trigger or fall at the trigger's end are children. Between January and June 2024, the Western Cape recorded 2,250 murders, a horrifying reflection of a province in crisis. Of these, 1,384 were African, 884 were colored, and only 12 were white. Even more alarming is that 1,559 of the victims were young people under 35 years of age. This is not random violence. It is the direct outcome of deep structural neglect and inequality. When nearly 800,000 youth in this province are not in education, employment, or training, and the government programs reach barely 6,000. The result is a generation abandoned to poverty, drugs, and crime. The blood on our streets is the tragic consequence of a system that has written off its poor and working class youth. Honorable Speaker, Our province resembles a war zone, and many of its foot soldiers are minors. This debate demands honesty, compassion, and political courage, not finger pointing. Because while the DA government points fingers at national government, the truth sits squarely here at Wales Street. This province has failed to protect its children. In light of this, the ANC says the mothers whose sons have been forced into gangs, whose daughters battle addiction with no treatment bed in sight, and who have buried their children for the crime of being born into poverty. We see you. We hear your silent cries, and we cry your pain as part of our moral and political duty. The horror in our townships is not sudden. It is a systemic, predictable document and legislated against. The Children's Act section 150, paragraph 1 states that a child in need of care and protection includes any child exploited, exposed to harm, or addicted without access to support. Tell me, Speaker, are children recruited at gunpoint in Philippi not exploited? Are children forced to kill at 16 not exploited to harm? Are children addicted to methamphetamine without treatment not abandoned? If the Children's Act were implemented here, half of the children in the Cape Flats would be under statutory protection today. Instead, they are receiving coffins. UNICEF warns against treating exploited children as criminals, calling it a double punishment. Victimized first by criminals, then by the state. That is precisely what happens in the Western Cape. Children forced into gangs are treated as offenders, not victims. There is no dedicated provincial program to prevent or rescue children from gang recruitment. This House has raised the issue repeatedly, and the DA has ignored it. The Department of Social Development's own annual report exposes these failures. 9,885 teenage pregnancies in 2023, including 281 children aged 10 to 14 years. A doubling of HIV prevalence among adolescents between 2017 and 2022. Youth cafes programs reach fewer than 15,000 young people out of over 2 million youth. Only 22,128 people receiving meals, while nearly 20% of households face food insecurity. In light of these failures, we must ask, where is the Children Commissioner to advocate for the rights of children? The Office of the Children's Commissioner had reportedly completed capitalized by the Winders government. No proper office space, no adequate staff, no funding to fulfill the basic legal obligations. The DA has staffed the one institution designed to investigate and prevent abuse and exploitation of children, and then has the audacity to prevent or pretend to care. And what about the Department of Education? In the Western Cape, every year, thousands of children are left without school places. Dropout rates keep rising, and schools in gang areas have no real safety support, with less than 80 school resource officers for the hundreds of schools. Our schools are not conveyor belts towards learning, they become conveyor belts towards gangs. Yet, despite the horrors, the DA-led government refuses to implement and fully ensure that the Kailicha Commission, and particularly Recommendation 12, which has been called by a multi-sectoral task team on youth gangs, is surviving. Honorable Speaker, while the DA blames national government, Children in this province are being hunted like prey, trafficked into criminal network, sent to kill or be killed.
Lekker, your time has expired.
The recruitment of minors into gangs in Cape Town has become documented in.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lekker.
Thank you.
Please take your seat. I now recognize the Honorable Mackenzie.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, honorable members, for this debate. I'm going to frame my speech called Structural Neglect from the Honorable Member's Lekker's speech. I like the words that you used, so I'm going to go that way. I think it's important that we understand why we are here. And then I want to start with the following numbers. Question number 12833, dated 15 April 2016. Question number 10008, dated 29th May 2020. Question number 13280, dated 22nd of September 2017. And I got about 10 or 15 of the questions. These are the parliamentary questions that I asked. 2016, 2017, Member Heron, and 2020. This is what Honorable Lekker framed as structural neglect. First question I asked in 2015, April 2016. What is the conviction rate for gang-related crimes? And I'm going to focus on one station specifically because I want to show you the structural neglect of where we are today. What is the conviction gang rate at the Mitchells Plain Court for 2014, 2015, 2015, 2016? Then Minister Dan Plato got the information from SAPS. The reply states as follows: Mitchells Plain Court 0.123% in 2014, 2015, and 1.0878% 2015, 2016, honorable members. That was in 15 April 2016, 9 years ago. Second question. How many police station vehicles are currently operational at Mitchells Plain police stations? How many vehicles are currently operational at Lentegeur police stations? And what are the details regarding the opening of Tapelsig police station? Honorable members, that was in 2016. Let me bring you to the other pertinent question in 2017, where the R1 and R5 assault rifles disappeared from Mitchells Plain, Bellville, and Lentegeur police stations. That was in 2017, 9 years ago, 9 years ago. This is what I want, as Honorable Member Lekker referred to, is a structural neglect. The Honorable Member spoke about the horrible deaths the last few days. We've been talking about this for minimum 11 years. 11 years, the communities has been bleeding, children have been killed because of the structural neglect of the African National Congress. Because they failed over the period of 9 years. Honorable members, and I asked the question the other day to one of my colleagues, Mr. Cameron, to ask the question in Parliament. What happened to the guns that were stolen in Mitchells Plain police station and in Lentegeur police station, Honorable Heron? Because everyone asked the right questions. Of course, those kids needs to be in school. Of course, those kids needs to be in sports facilities. But you cannot let a kid go to school, allowed go to school when the bullets are flying. And those guns, because of the structural neglect by the ANC and the failure to allocate resources for crime detective prosecutions over the last 9 years, has resulted in those children being killed. The only persons, interesting, the people who are shouting is the same people who shouted 8 years ago when I asked these questions. Those honorable members has done absolutely nothing over the last 9 years when we raised these questions over the last 9 years. When children were being murdered, when guns were being stolen at Lentegeur and Mitchells Plain police station 8 years ago, they defended Brigadier Lamour. They defended Becky Kele. They defended
Order.
When I served there as a member of this legislature, asking Major General Jacobs,
Order, members.
Intelligence collapsing, they defended him.
Order.
The result of structural neglect
Honorable-
is because of their failure to hold
Honorable
those members
Minister,
to
please
account.
take your seat. Order. Order. Honorable Ecker, order. Honorable members, order. There's a member on the floor. There's honorable members. Honorable Ecker, I'm on the floor. Honorable members, we've come to the end of the debate. There's a member on the floor. The manner in which this drowning out the speaker on the floor is it's unparliamentary, and it's we cannot let the House degenerate into this state. If you don't agree with the input of a member, there's other parliamentary mechanisms to challenge that. Screaming and trying to drown out the speaker is not the mechanism. Can I please ask that all members on both on my left and right side allow the minister who's order members. Honorable members, we've still got a long way to go throughout the day. This will be the last warning and request to please adhere to the rules that you have all agreed to and use the mechanisms and the parliamentary privilege at your disposal, but please do not infringe on the right of another member. Honorable Minister, you may continue.
Honorable members and honorable speaker, I'm going to give these question numbers again because this is on the Western Cape Parliament's website. These are facts, not my opinions. Question number 12833, question number 13218, question number 10008, and question number 1380. These are facts that was answered in this parliament, information received from the South African Police Services. To answer to these questions, I asked 9 years ago. So the structural neglect of communities on the Cape Flats, where Kailicha, Guguletu, Mitchell's Plain, the ANC must take full responsibility for, and we are now bearing the brunt of their failure to deal with matters we raised more than 9 years ago. Yes, she calls it Foitok. Tell that auntie in Mitchell's Plain, Foitok, whose child was killed the other day. That's what they think of people. Foitok, not Foitok, it's facts. It's fact that people were murdered and killed by guns that were stolen in Mitchell's Place Station. Fact that people were murdered and killed and guns that were stolen at Lentegeur Station. But it's Foitok to them. To us, is the daily reality of what we deal with every single day. Because we've raised these matters. We've warned them the consequences on their failure to hold the ANC to account for appointing people who can't do the job. Let me take one station again, Mitchell's Plain Police Station. In a period of under 3 years, Brigadier Hartzenberg, Brigadier Janki was there for 30 days. Brigadier Alexander, the Gulam was forced to retire, Brian Miller. You cannot appoint somebody to a police station for 30 days. We warned them about these things. So the consequences of that, the consequences of mismanagement, not knowing how to govern, is resulting of children being murdered. And we are cleaning up after that. We have to allocate 1.5 billion rand for leave officers. We have to implement programs.
Honorable Minister, please take your seat. And I'm now speaking to the members on my left-hand side. Honorable members, I've asked you to allow the member on the floor to make his contribution. You have had an opportunity. This constant running commentary is not allowed. Interjections are allowed, but this constant running commentary, I cannot let it continue. So this is the last warning, and I ask you to please work with me in order to get through the debate. Honorable Minister, I'm on the floor. Honorable Ngensu, is that a point of order?
No, I was saying to avoid this, Chair, the MEC ought to ensure that he makes a meaningful contribution so that all of us can be able to listen. If it's not, there's going to be this chaos.
That is not a point of order, and the chair is not Yeah, it's not my job to adjudicate on the content or the contributions of members. I see the Honourable Walters. Is that a point of order?
Chair, I just wanted to point out that you are making a ruling and I don't think we should bicker about it.
Thank you very much. Order, members. Honourable Minister, you may continue.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, can I perhaps also just say while I've got the floor, Honourable Herron, it's important that that critical information reaches my colleague, Minister Lond, because I know that he always and is very responsive in dealing with children that need social assistance, and I know he will always assist. But let me inform Honourable by you, Honourable Benson, once more meaningful stats. Let me give him the statistic. The current vacancy rate at the National Prosecutions, answered by Shamila Batoy, is under 20%. 20%. Gangsters needs to be prosecuted and they must go to jail. But if you have prosecutors not, positions not filled, it is impossible to send gangsters to jail. Another meaningful on what are we doing? I wish we could take it over. Ask your colleagues to devolve it and we'll do the job like we do. Give us the NPA to give us those powers.
Honourable Minister, please take your seat. Honourable Chief Whip, is that a point of order?
Yes, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I'm going to ask that you caution the Minister Mackenzie to please speak through you and not to antagonize the members on the opposite side.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chief Whip. Honourable Minister.
Honourable Speaker, apologies, I can't help effects antagonize people.
Honourable Minister, that I haven't even ruled. Can I, Honourable Minister, can I please remind you to please speak to the chair? You may continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll speak to you. Honourable Speaker, currently, detectives are carrying a load case of 150 cases each, often without vehicles. Now, if you want to send somebody to jail who's committed a crime, killed a child, you need to equip a detective with the appropriate tools. And with the national government that cannot do that, it is impossible for that detective to do the work. Just recently, the Standing Committee on Police visited the anti-gang unit, a unit that's supposed to deal with the issue that we're debating now. And let me quote you from the parliamentary report in that other parliament. It says here, they have a lack of resources and tools. They have not received specialized training, and the officers are being investigated with collusion with gangs. That is the current status of the police run by the ANC government. We don't run that portfolio in national government. I heard comments about the GNU. We are in the GNU, but we have a responsibility to fight for the people of this province, and we'll continue to do so. So when you have a gang unit that's in collusion with gangs, there is lack of resource, that doesn't have vehicles, of course, you cannot fight gangsterism and crime. And that is at the crux of what we are dealing with at the moment. Honorable Speaker, our justice system has completely collapsed. And we, as always, trying to come up with solutions in dealing with the national problems like we always do. And the sad part of what Justice Tulare has said many years ago, and thank you, Premier Windy, for having the goal to do what national government failed to do, because they should have appointed somebody to investigate what a high court judge has said. The former commissioner who made jokes in front of the ad hoc committee the other day, because it's a joke to them, people dying, people killed. Instead of him doing that, instead of him appointing a commission to investigate the High Court judge saying your officers are sitting at the same table with gangsters, he was laughing in front of Parliament the other day. That is the thinking. Not dealing with what we deal every day, the auntie that cries, the mother that cries because the child is being murdered. That is the reality that we face every day. So we want a national anti-gang intelligence task team because they must use financial and SARS data to track these gangsters. We want a full review of the criminal
Honourable
justice
Minister,
system.
your time has expired. Please
On
conclude.
convictions, backlogs, and the capacity, because that's how you
Thank
deal
you very
with
much.
gangs and crime.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, honourable members. The debate is now concluded. That brings us to the end of the debate. Honourable members, we're going to suspend. No, it wasn't Member Lecker. We're going to suspend the proceedings for lunch. I just need to get some guidance from the House. I want to propose a 30-minute suspension for lunch. So I'm going to put two proposals, 30 minutes and 45 minutes, and I will be directed by the House. And can I ask the chief whips of both parties just to give me an indication?
Presiding officer, we have no objection to a 30-minute lunch. We are very efficient in eating as well.
Thank you very much. Are there any objection? No objections. So the House will be suspended for 30 minutes and we will resume thereafter. See, the House is suspended.
Honorable members, please be seated. Members, we will proceed in terms of Rule 202, which is questions as printed on the order paper. I wish to advise honorable members that once the honorable member, the minister or the premier has started the reply to the oral question as printed on the question paper, honorable members must use the chat facility function or raise their hand and get the attention of the presiding officer if they want to ask a follow-up question. There are 4 opportunities for follow-up questions, but the honorable member who has posed the initial oral question as printed on the question paper will have the first opportunity for a follow-up question. Thereafter, honorable members may then use the remaining opportunities to ask any follow-up questions. Now, I will repeat that last sentence again. I now recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and apologies for running in a bit late. To the Honourable Said, thank you very much for this question. My office receives a wide variety of feedback about various municipalities, some of which is supported by evidence and some of which is not. Wherever necessary, we refer allegations to Minister Bradel's department for investigation and possible action. The questions cited give little detail as to the matter referred to, and I would ask the member to provide more clarity on exactly the information that he seeks.
I recognize the Honorable Syed.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I think I'm very surprised with the Premier's response because I made reference to this particular matter around issues of the appointment of Mr. Albert de Klerk in the Hessequa municipality in a previous sitting. So the Premier is aware. I asked it as a follow-up question in the previous thing. The Premier has even been copied in many of the emails. But nevertheless, in light of the formal correspondence, which the Premier may be aware, which was sent to MEC Bradell on the 7th of November, where the public protector was copied, the PAIA regulator was copied, the Speaker of Hessequa municipality was copied. And that raised unresolved concerns regarding governance irregularities, exclusion of councillors from selection panels, and binding Section 14(2) arbitration award, confirming the unlawful dismissal of Ms. Sophia Kluter. The Premier has received, these things are in and we can see when people are copied.
Please,
will the Premier confirm whether his office or the Department of Local Government has reviewed or intends to review Regulation 17(3)B appointment report of Mr. Albert de Klerk and the broader governance environment within the Hessequa municipality?
I recognize the Premier.
Thank you very much. I think, first of all, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, if you are really serious about getting a real answer, I mean, we know that if there's a question around who the person is, you say the name is supplied. And then, of course, we can get all of the detail. We have 87,000 staff in this government. We have all of our municipalities with the thousands of staff in that government. You can't ask a vague question and refer to another question that you asked weeks ago. That's not how you ask questions. I mean, are you really looking for a real answer, or is this about politics? Just supply the name, or even say in the practice is name supplied. You don't have to have it in the document. You just say name supplied, then we can get the exact answer. And if you want to ask if there's a review of a regulation, you can ask exactly the same thing. You can't stand here and say, are you prepared to review a regulation? I mean, that is not real proper ways of asking questions in a house and asking for a real result.
The second follow-up question is to Member Syed and then Member Walters. I recognize Member Syed.
Chair, this is unfortunate that the Premier, instead of responding, because this information has been sent to him. He even spoke to the matter in another sitting before. He now goes and wants to question the manner in which, in fact, there's a letter from MEC Bradell on the 7th of November to the complainant after the complainant wrote to the Premier. So, I mean, I find this very, very strange. And in this regard, I want to know whether the Premier will direct that the binding arbitration award and pending PAIA complaint be formally acknowledged and addressed by the municipality. Simple. Not to say whether they are right or they are wrong.
Thank you. I have gotten the question. Thank you, Member Syed. I recognize the Premier.
So I don't know whether his whip needs to do this or his party. You know, I know they're doing an oversight on the effectiveness of this opposition that we have here, but there needs to be a workshop. And the workshop has to say it can't have whether his office has received any formal complaints or documented evidence regarding governance irregularities at the Hessequa municipality, and if so, what is being done about it, and then come here and say it was to do with this person and this thing. Ask the question, have you, what's happening to this person and this issue, and then I'll give you the answer. You can't just have an open-ended question like this that we've got to suck it out of our thumb as to what this issue is. If the honourable leader of the opposition is serious about doing oversight and asking serious questions, he must ask the question with the detail for the answer that he wants to get. And we will give him all of the detail of the answer that he would like to get.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. I recognize the Honourable Walters. Honourable members, there's a member on the floor.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, given the reference that was made that the Public Protector's Office was also included in the communications there, is there in fact a public protector's process? I think one should also be aware of multiple processes taking place at the same time. So my question is there a public protector's investigation or report in this regard? And would this process, Chair, influence such an investigation?
Honourable members, I am not going to direct how a member asks a question or how the Premier responds. There will be further advice from the administration if any member needs further guidance. I've noted what the Premier has said, and there will be ongoing conversations with each and every member in this regard. But that particular question, I note that it is directed to the Premier. Premier, I recognize you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I must give the same answer to the Honourable Walters. Is there a public protector investigation into the case? What case? Whose case? I cannot answer that unless you say it is this person delivered on that date from email X, Y, and Z, and it was investigated by the local government investigators. I mean, you know, quite frankly, we need to be serious about whether we are interested in answers or not. And so to the Honourable Walters, I'm sorry. Is there a public protector investigation into what or who? I really don't know.
Honourable members, I see no further hands in this regard. Before we proceed to question number 2, I will make the following comment. Is that members are familiar with the rules and the various parliamentary privileges that we have in order to pose questions, oral questions, written questions, as well as substantive motions. We will proceed accordingly to question 2, and I recognize the Premier.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Now to the Honourable Barnes, thank you very much, and for asking a question that has relevance and detail, because I can now answer this question. It's not an open-ended question of have you received an email? I get thousands of emails. So this question, I thank the Honourable Member for this question. It is a serious issue that she is raising here. Although the question itself, I think, is misdirected. But I'm informed by the Department of Education that the Milnerton High School bullying incident was not race-related. And in her question, it says, what concrete steps has the Western Cape government taken to confront and eradicate racism at school with reference to Milnerton High School? So first of all, I want to say that the racism question, the Education Department said, no, it is not a racism incident. This is a bullying incident. The school is following all the necessary protocols in terms of the WCED's abuse, no more policy no more policy and disciplinary procedures. First of all, upon hearing the allegations on Friday, the 17th of October, the school governing body immediately initiated an investigation. The school was not aware that a video had been circulated. Second point, counseling support was initiated. Third point, the video was made public on social media platforms on the 21st of October. Next point, an urgent SGB meeting was held on Tuesday, the 21st of October 2025, where it was resolved to place the accused learners on precautionary suspension. The alleged perpetrators were suspended and subsequently arrested. A criminal case was registered with SAPS, and the accused learners appeared in court on the 23rd of October 2025. The SGB initiated formal disciplinary proceedings. Psychosocial support has been provided by the school counselor and the WCD district support team. The District Safe Schools Office activated SAPS, SAPS POP, Metro Police, and traffic on the 22nd and the 23rd to ensure the safety of teachers and learners at the school and manage protests by political organizations. Contingency plans were established for the NSC examinations. But then, with reference to the question, racism in schools, the WCED does not tolerate racism in our schools, and where allegations are made, they will immediately be investigated by the school governing body, who are responsible for establishing and enforcing school codes of conduct under the South African Schools Act 84 of 1996. The school curriculum covers this topic extensively, and school codes of conduct address it. In the school curriculum, learners are taught about different cultural groups and major religious and concepts as discrimination, stereotyping, and bias. In the higher grades, issues such as promoting nation building, citizens' rights and responsibilities, and respecting differences in terms of race, gender, and ability are covered in the curriculum. The WCED aims to ensure that these topics are discussed and understood by learners, and where incidents occur, they are immediately investigated by the school and governing bodies. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, if I can maybe just go a little bit further, because, you know, obviously we were all made aware, it was circulated, and then, of course, we saw the reactions that happened, and rightfully so. People see this kind of horrendous bullying behavior. It is horrendous. It is deeply disturbing. But for me, and what I think the whole of society has to start to think about. So we have bullying, and I mean, bullying happens, presume all of us when we were at school, we either were subjected to it or we knew about it. Hopefully none of us were the bullies at school. Bullying is an issue, and there are a lot of bullying, anti-bullying projects, etc. But now we've got a bullying case in a school, a horrendous case of bullying in a school. But what I witnessed after that was the bullying of citizens and political parties outside the school. The behavior of citizenry was horrendous. Then what I saw on social media, the bullying that took place, I asked myself a question. And then we've just had a big debate in this house where young people are bullying with guns and killing each other. We have a big problem in our society. We really do. We have a problem, and we've got to really think seriously as the whole of society. How do we deal with it? At school level, like these programs, and if they're not working sufficiently, what do we have to change? What inputs can we get from this house, the representatives of the whole of our province? Because these are issues as society we have to deal with. I think what happens in the crime space is how this is just exacerbated through systems. And it is a serious issue. And I see in the answer that we've got from our programs that we have programs in place. But we also need to say, what else should we be doing? And how do we use this house as a space to say, bring in new ideas, change things? Because quite frankly, what has been happening is absolutely unacceptable. But I thank the honourable member for the question.
Honourable members, the member that posed the question has submitted an apology. I have seen one member, Ferlin Christians, and then member Syed in that order. Member Christians.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we're all against bullying, but the question I want to pose is, you know, it was 8 perpetrators, 2 adults and 6 juveniles. I wonder what's going to happen with them. They're the perpetrators, but now there's criminal charges and all of that. Some of them are excellent rugby players. And I want to know from the Premier what is done also to counsel them and speak. We don't know their backgrounds. We don't know anything about them. And the media is going and political parties is going. But I think it's very unfair how this was exposed. So my question to the Premier is, does he know of at least the department or somebody that reached out to these perpetrators to give them opportunity just to, you know, they are derailed. And I condemn the bullying, but I'm asking from the ACDP side, what is done to also address those youngsters? Seem to me they've got no future, seem to me they're going to end up on the road, on the street. So that is my question. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member Christians. I recognize the Premier.
Thank you very much. Again, as I said, this is a serious issue. I mean, quite frankly, you know, the victims were the ones that were the most unfairly treated. And of course, there was psychosocial support, etc. But the perpetrators, there are consequences. Every one of us have consequences from our actions. And of course, yeah, I think, I mean, I can't really answer the exact question because I'd have to go and investigate and find out what other processes have been put in place. You know, obviously, as a minor going into a police system where you've had charges against you, there are going to be consequences to that process. And that family is going to have to deal with those consequences. I sincerely hope that a lot of other people seeing this are questioning themselves and their own behavior. And maybe this is the time to put out a message to say, if you're one of those people who you know you're a bully, ask for help. Let's find ways to help those people. Because I was listening to a debate on this specific issue where I can't remember the organization, but they deal with bullying specifically in schools. And they were saying that, you know, often these people who are bullies are actually insecure in themselves, and that's the way of expressing themselves. We need to find ways in which they can actually put up their hand and say, please give me a hand because I need help. Because when it ends up in a police station with charges that end up in court, those consequences are dire for that family, but that individual for the rest of his or her life. Of course, perhaps the same thing can be said for the victims, because they also will carry that baggage for the rest of their life. This is serious stuff that that the whole of society, we have to deal with this. And I mean, I've mentioned the programs that we've got in place, and we would welcome any further input to say, here's another idea. I mean, I think about the program that we've now launched in the violence prevention space and through Minister Wenger's team, where we are intervening where it comes to 13-year-olds across all of our schools. And this is probably the space that we can maybe even get more traction, because it's the biggest, I think it's the biggest 13-year-old intervention that we've ever had in South Africa. I don't know if there's been that kind of depth in questions. Now, we maybe need to change those questions, because every 2 years we go back to this. But let's draw what we can out of it. And perhaps this is a lever that actually enables us to go to a step further, because, I mean, it really is. The consequences are horrendous for all parties involved. And not only at this school, wherever else it happens.
Thank you, Premier. I recognize the Honorable Syed.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I was not intending initially to participate, but when I saw the responses, obviously, of the Premier and Member Christian's input, I was then prompted. I think we need to foreground to say that all parties that were involved around the issue of Milnerton, whether it's protesters, whether it's the authorities, whether it's the department in terms of what they were trying to do, let's not lay blame. I think everybody played a role in terms of finding a solution. Let's not victimize people who stood up for what is right. I want to put that on record. However, I do think, and I want to ask the Premier this particular question, and it would be unfair, and I think it's important that it's taken to the Premier, because the department has been involved in the process. But what is the provincial government doing to ensure not only that parents of bullies at schools, because this was not purely bullying. I don't believe this was bullying. This was violence. And it's similar to the violence that we are seeing on the Cape Flats, where young people are picking up guns and being used by extortionists. What is the Western Cape government doing to ensure that beyond the punitive issue, which is important, and putting programs in place, which we've called for, sustainable programs, what is the provincial government doing to ensure that parents of alleged perpetrators and young people who are vulnerable to doing these things are actually engaged and are made to be part of the conversation to find meaningful solutions? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Syed. Premier.
So I think straight offhand, I mean, I think about, I've just mentioned the Planet Youth program. There are also some very interesting parenting support programs that are in place through the DSD department. I've attended some of those parenting programs myself. Sometimes, maybe just reflecting on the first time I ever went into a parenting program and listening to those, I want to call them lecturers, I suppose, in this classroom with a group of parents. And I thought to myself, you know, probably one of the biggest responsibilities human beings ever have in their life is to bring another life into this world and then enable that life to grow and nurture that life, and so that that person becomes a meaningful, positive person in our society. It's a big responsibility to become a parent. And, you know, we never get taught how to be parents. We learn how to become accountants and lawyers, and we learn how to, you know, do all sorts of other things at school. We learn sports, but where's the parenting course? When you find out that you're going to become a parent, you start reading books and you kind of learn as you go. And the second child, if you're lucky enough to have one, becomes much easier than the first. That's my own experience. But we never actually get taught how to do this. And that was what hit me in that parenting program. So, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have got programs, but we probably all have to ask ourselves that question, is what else should we be doing? How do we actually turn society around? And I agree, you know, it was the expected reaction. Everybody felt that reaction when you saw that, because you got angry, you got cross. But how do we as society manage that? I always think of Gandhi, and when he was protesting and it was going to be massive confrontation and he got everybody to sit down. What a change in getting your message across. So I think, like, imagine when all of that tension were with the police and parents and political parties, all about bullying, and everybody's like fighting with each other. Imagine everybody said, let's just sit down and let's just talk about this, because it's a serious issue. And sure, we've got to look for, if we're not finding change, we've got to try new things and different things and innovate. So I think we've all got to be asking ourselves that question.
Thank you. I see the Honorable Nkondlo.
Thank you, Sekela Somlomo. Owami umbuzo nje ufuna ukuqonda into yoba njengoko sine-commissioner yabantwana ofisini la umphathiswa wephondo, ndifuna nje uqonda into yoba ikhona ingxoxo okanye incoko ababeke banayo yena kwakunye ne-commissioner le yabantwana apha ephondweni malunga nayo le ngxaki ukuba isombululwa njani kuba kudala sizibona ii-incident ezinjena ezikolweni. Enkosi.
Thank you, Member Nkontlo. Premier, I trust that you got the question.
Yes, I did. Thank you. It's a great question, but I actually don't know what that answer is. But I'm happy to ask the Commissioner that question. But perhaps that's also an opportunity. Right now, there's a lot of debate on whether the Commissioner should actually be and report directly to Parliament and not even be under the Premier's department. So first of all, I ask the question. Second of all, maybe that's also something that that as a Parliament we should be asking that question to, because we have a Children's Commissioner. Absolutely, fully agree with that.
Honourable members, I've neither seen any further hands online or in the House. We will proceed with questions that stood over from Thursday, the 25th of September. I now see the Honourable Minister, Minister Lund.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I just confirm this is the question 3 by Honourable Kaiser Philander? Thank you so much. So I'll give a short response and then we can unpack if needed. The Western Cape Department of Social Development provides psychosocial support services to children and youth who have been referred to the department due to suicidal ideation. Further statutory interventions are then implemented based on a safety and risk assessment. These services are available at all the department's local offices. The department also funds NPOs to run preventative programs at schools to address self-harm and suicide. The department's secure child and youth care centers also implement a suicide and self-harm prevention policy. Any acts of self-harm are reported and a multidisciplinary team immediately starts an intervention. The child in question is also put on a suicide watch, which includes checks at 15 or 30 minutes intervals 24/7. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I see the Honourable Kaiser Philander.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Minister has covered me in terms of the partnerships in his reply, as well as the interventions by the department. I'm thus covered on this question. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I see no further hands in the chamber nor online. We will proceed with questions that stood over from Thursday, the 2nd of October. I recognize the Honourable Minister, Minister Meyer.
Dankie agbare Speaker vir hierdie belangrike vraag rondom die hele kwessie van toerismebevordering van agbare lid Christians. Baie belangrike vraag oor wat die planne is van die departement ten opsigte van toerismebevordering, wat daar gedoen word ten opsigte van werkskepping en wat ook die toekomstige uitdagings is. Eerstens, ek wil baie dankie sê aan die agbare lid vir daardie vraag, want dit is werklik 'n belangrike vraag. Ek het vanjaar ook die toerisme Afrika Tribal Indaba bygewoon daar in Durban. Dis die grootste toerisme platform vir die bevordering van toerisme op die Afrika kontinent. En daarom is ek baie bly vir hierdie vraag en daar het ons heelwat dinge gehoor. Een van die belangrike aspekte daar, ek het ook kontak gemaak met die Suid-Afrikaanse Toerisme Raad en daar was aan ons ook verduidelik dat die grootste toerisme invloei veral hier in die Weskaap was verlede jaar van die Verenigde State van Amerika, gevolg deur Nederland. Ons is nou in 'n nuwe seisoen. Jy weet dat president Trump het die Withuis betree op 20 Januarie. Daardie situasie het radikaal verander, maar ons grootste groep toeriste kom veral ook uit Europa, maar daar is ook groot groei in die Midde-Ooste hier na die Weskaap. Ons sien ook groot vloei van toeriste uit verskillende lande in Europa, spesiaal ook van Duitsland, wat jaarliks ook groot hier is in die Weskaap. Die vraag rondom die departement se betrokkenheid direk by toerisme, ek dink lede van hierdie huis en die agbare lid is bewus that Westgrow is the Western Cape Trade and Tourism Promotion Agency, and they are doing outstanding work in this particular regard. And this is an agency of this government reporting directly to me, and I'm very proud of the work that they are doing in this particular regard. Well, I earlier this year, precisely because of the tone of your question, was also concerned about what municipalities are doing to promote tourism, because tourism is fundamentally something that happens in an area of jurisdiction of a municipality. Municipalities therefore sit with the tourism assets, they sit with parks. My honorable minister promote sport tourism. He cannot promote sport tourism unless he liaises with the various mayors in the various towns. So this for us is very important. So I wanted to put tourism at the center of the economic strategy of municipalities. And therefore, I hosted this year a municipal economic and tourism summit. In that summit, we discussed a number of issues, because one of the tasks that I have at hand is to double our tourism numbers into the Western Cape. Also, by the year 2023, we have seen that tourism had about a 28 billion rand gross value add to the Western Cape economy. That time it created about 258,000 jobs. Recently, about 2 weeks ago, we launched the season readiness for tourism. We invited all the tourism agencies, including the city of Cape Town, as well as the people from the South African National Parks, Tafelberg. Mense was ook daarbij betrokken. One of the things that we also promote, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is the safety of our tourism readiness. We want people to be safe, and we have also promoted and appointed safety tourism officers. We've also provided practical safety tips for people, because I want nobody to be harmed when they come and visit. But we have also seen a massive growth in cruise line tourism, and I think the honourable member would love to be on a cruise, and I really recommend that you take part in a cruise line. It's very fantastic, great journey, and we have seen, for example, the previous year, this year we have launched. You can get the invitation, honourable member. You don't have to talk that side. The minister stands.
Honourable Minister, please respect the decorum of the House and respond
I
via the chat.
apologize, but I'll talk to the honourable member during the break. Well, what we have seen 2024 last year, honourable Speaker, through you to honourable member Christians, last year we have seen 127,000 passengers on the cruise line right here in Cape Town, coming from around the world. What we have seen is that they've created a 1.8 billion rand to the Western Cape GDP. In addition to that, tourism, you need tourist guides, and we have also trained some tourist guides on a training program. About, I would say, a month ago, I've also opened, because earlier this year, I traveled to Prince Albert in the Karoo, and there was huge concerns about the tourism matters, specifically in terms of the tourism office that was closed. And I have therefore seen that there is a town like Prince Albert in the Karoo is a tourism mecca, like many other towns. And unfortunately, we have seen that there was a disconnect between the municipality, the tourism agencies, and I have therefore called an urgent intervention. That intervention did take place. I have then subsequently, about a month ago, paid a visit to Prince Albert, and I officially therefore then opened a new tourism visitors hub in Prince Albert. I think the Honourable Minister of Cultural Affairs and Sport will now know that they also have a jazz festival, and I think, honourable member, I think a jazz festival in the Prince Albert is something that I think you will appreciate. I will talk to you after the session in Parliament, because we want to bring a jazz also to the Prince Albert. I am thankful for the tourism people in Prince Albert, but also in the Karoo. What we also do, Honourable Member, one thing that we see now is growing globally is adventure tourism. And I invite Honourable Member through you, Honourable Member Lekker. There is now adventure tourism. We have opened the longest K3 zip line in the world. And I am hereby formally in this house, invite my good friend, the Honourable Member Pat Lekker, to join me on the next time when we go on the longest zip line in the world, because adventure tourism is in your blood. The way you look at me now tells me a story that you have accepted the invitation. And therefore, I think this is going to happen. Honourable Member, no, we're not going to inject. No, no, she must be safe, because one of the functions of our tourism strategy is tourism safety. And I will personally look after the safety of the Honourable Member, personally. She's a dear colleague. As she would like to
Honourable
know,
Minister, are you able to take your seat?
Is there a reason?
I do not need any reason. You can take your seat.
No, but we have values in this government.
Yes, please take your seat, Honourable Minister.
Okay.
I recognize Honourable Minister Lund, rising on a point of order.
Deputy Speaker, Minister Mayor is so gracious in the invitation, but I was unable to hear if there was a yes or no to that invitation. Can you just ask get clarity whether that's a yes or a
Honourable
no?
Minister, that is not a point of order. Honourable Minister, you are quite correct. We have values and rules. So thank you so much for abiding by it. I will now allow you to proceed.
Lekker and I will discuss this afterwards, and I will come back to the House with a firm commitment on her side. Well, what we also see, honourable members, we are now seeing globally, and this is the repositioning in terms of the question, there is war in Europe. We are now entering the season. Europe just came out of a double heat, what do you call it, heat wave? And we have seen also people coming this part of the world, and we will have to look into creating greater opportunities for people wanting to come here. Also, our currency makes it also more viable for people to come here to the Western Cape. So yes, tourism, honourable member, through you, Christians, is fundamental. Through the Growth for Jobs strategy, there are 7 pillars. The second pillar is increase by threefold our exports and double our tourism numbers. But honourable member, what I want to see more happening in this province is rail tourism, because we have a vibrant rail network, and this is something that we are pushing very hard. And I know in this house for the last 20 years, Honourable Premier spoke about the choo-choo train, and I think people will be very happy that that concession has been assigned, so to make it more possible for people to get onto the choo-choo train in the Garden Route. Honourable members, I have also met with the tourism officials and the municipal manager of Hessequa municipality. I have a second meeting with the owners of the Atlantic Rail. They are based in Mossel Bay, as honourable members will know. Atlantic Rail has now also with Hessequa municipality have now arranged, if you do not like adventure tourism and you perhaps wonder whether it's safe, honourable member Lekker, if that is not an option you want to consider, I hereby invite you to take part in rail tourism on the 29th of November. The train will depart from Hartenbos and it will go to Albertina. So, honourable member, if you're not comfortable with flying through the zip line, there's a more comfortable, more safer option, a train journey, rail tourism. So these are some of these matters that are foundational to these opportunities. And lastly, honourable member, we have asked every municipality to give us their plans for tourism, because they must make the plans and we must support them. So they have raised issues of infrastructure, because you ask what is some of the obstacles or problem areas. Is the whole issue of infrastructure, and sometimes some of these infrastructure is very simple. There's a beach, but there's no toilet. Then we can come and put the toilet there, tourism infrastructure. Sometimes they want just somebody to supervise it, that there's safety. That is something that we can do. We also have a second fund to promote tourism, and that is called the tourism product development. Sometimes municipalities sit with a wonderful environment, but there's no product. So you need to develop the product. And Westgrow, there's also a process whereby municipalities can apply for 2 tourism grants. One for infrastructure and one for product development. And I'm very happy that our department is working very closely with the Honorable Minister of Sport, because sport tourism, cycling tourism is also for us very important. Then we have also published what is called a Tourism Blueprint 2030. And this also look at the Cape of Great Event strategy, and the Honourable Minister can speak to that. I want to come to a closer remark. The Honourable Member asked, what are the obstacles? And Honourable Speaker, I think in this House, in fact, my predecessor, both Honourable Member Wengner and Honourable Member Meneer have spoken about this in this House at length. And that deals with the issue of visa regimes, how the visa regimes negatively impact on tourism. But during the travel tourism in Daba, I have also met with groups. In fact, I met 5 journalists also from India to listen to what their concerns are. There was also a blogger there to see how we can bring things up to date. There are now greater opportunities for people, but one thing that I have, through the work of this government, we have now put also officials, in fact, they are interns at the airport to assist with the tourist numbers at the e-gates. You just scan your passport, there's nobody, it's an e-gate, and then you move. We've put them there to assist with the tourist faster movement at the, there's also with the Cape Town International Airport, we also have a WhatsApp group. Both the Premier, myself, and the Mayor of Cape Town is on that group. If there's any problems at the airport, we can immediately intervene. And so those things are also happening there. Yeah, I think Honourable Deputy Speaker, I see there's a follow-up from the Honourable Member who asked the question.
I see the Honourable Christians.
Oh, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'll pose the question, but I didn't get an invite to anything.
Neither have I.
No, Deputy Speaker, thank you, Minister, for that comprehensive answer. There's one of the worries with the negative publicity with America now. They're not even coming to the G20. And, worried about people of America being discouraged with the negative publicity coming to South Africa. And getting a large number of people coming from America here, will that impact us? And I heard about the plans that you have to invite other countries as well. But I think that's going to have the tariffs, and that's going to make a big blow in our tourism. So did you think about that? And I know you're speaking about other countries, but will we be able to make up for those losses? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Well, Member, we can talk about one of these options. If Honourable Member decline, I will make available the next opportunity. Okay, let's get serious. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I think what we have seen now, and this is now recent, as about a week ago, we had a delegation here from Georgia in the United States, and they are part of the Regional Leaders Summit. They have committed themselves to continue both traveling, research, scientific engagements, tourism, economic development. They have committed themselves to the Western Cape and South Africa in general. I have also met with another gentleman from the Minister of Finance from Canada. He's got the most beautiful name, Francois Philippe Champagne. And as he said, who can go wrong with a name like Champagne? Well, we have now also, in fact, after that, I sent a delegation. Also, as a result of the developments that you now refer to, I've sent a delegation also to Canada. One member of the cabinet that you don't see here now is now in the United States. We will continuously engage with the US Embassy. We will continue on a quarterly basis, something that my predecessors have started on a quarterly basis. As a minister, I meet with the Consul General of the United States. We discuss many of these things. The Premier just alerted me. The Premier just alerted me that there are 3 flights per week from Delta Airlines into the Western Cape. There is now also a new direct flight north from a Norwegian company, but they have direct flight now also from London into Cape Town. Delta Airlines is now going 5 flights to Cape Town. We will continue to engage with our counterparts in the United States. It's a significant, important partner. There's in politics also, many times there's the noise. I'm not coming to the G20, I'm not coming to do this and coming to do this. Then there's the businesses that say, let's trade, let's meet the people, let's continue our economic diplomacy. So there's quite a lot of economic diplomacy and business delegations coming to the Western Cape. And I believe that will certainly benefit our industry, despite the comments from the White House. Our citrus exports have increased also in the US. So I think there's sometimes the noise of the body politics. No, it doesn't look like that. No. So what we are saying, Honorable Member, although there are geopolitical shifts in the world, every year, remember we said that the second biggest growth, not actual numbers, the second biggest growth for tourists into the Western Cape, they came from the Netherlands. And that's why the national minister hosted what they call a vakantiebeurs. This is the biggest tourism event between the Netherlands and South Africa. And we also took part through my staff in that particular engagement. I think there's something in this place. When people come to visit here, they don't see us wanting to make the Western Cape great again. We want to make humanity great again. And I think it is the humanity that bring people here to the Western Cape. Tourists that comes into the Western Cape experience something they cannot experience anywhere around the world. It's the warmth, it's a cultural warmth, and it's the real warmth of the people. And it's about people first. And so for us, we have now repositioned the Western Cape as a mega tourism and sport tourism also in particular. Yeah, for me, important, the capacity. Because the capacity of the airport, the Premier and I are regular engagements about the Border Management Authority, because when there's big lines and huge numbers, then we want to see that things happen. I was politically also appointed by this cabinet to oversee the B20. That went extremely well. In terms of the airport, I conducted an oversight at the airport. I was at the VIP lounge. We walked through every place in the airport. We wanted to make sure that tourists are ready. And I'm particularly happy, Honourable Member Christians, that we do everything possible to support our local industries, small businesses in particular, because tourism is the lifeblood. But I don't want to see tourism only in Cape Town. I want to see tourism in the rural areas. That's why I've asked the municipalities, what is your own commitment to cultural tourism in every single town? And here is the thing, Honourable Member Christians. At the Municipal and Economic Summit, I gave the mayors a T-shirt. T-shirt, and it says, I am the chief tourism ambassador in my town. I did that. I want them to take ownership in selling and be proud of their town. We also communicated to them that if you want people, if you're proud, your streets must be clean. It must be safe. So the mayors must walk with pride and accommodate tourists. They must feel welcome. Many years ago, I went to Canada, 20 years ago. At the airport, the immigration official gave me a chocolate with a maple leaf. When I left Europe, I was told these immigration officials are not so nice. At my arrival, I got a chocolate with a maple leaf from the immigration. So the way you are received at the airport, cleanliness, friendliness, that is what we're working on. And I am so happy that one of our best general managers of running the Cape Town International Airport that understands tourism globally. It's sad for me and the Premier, but we are happy because the man that runs the best airport here has now been offered a job to promote tourism in Dubai. He's based now in Dubai, but he's overseeing 3 different airports. That skills come from the Western Cape. Obviously, AXA has stepped up at that level, but I think there's a greater partnership. And about 3 weeks ago, I met with the general manager at the airport, the group executive at the airport, and some of the board members. And we had a great discussion about the future growth that's going to take place at Cape Town International Airport, but that growth will also be expanded to the airport in George. So from rail tourism, adventure tourism, cruise line tourism, these are all the opportunities that we want to expand, and there are many private rail operators. And I want to put on the record my thanks and appreciation, because the Premier and myself and the Mayor of Cape Town and Honourable Member Isaac Saleko, we have met with Minister Barbara Creechy. We've met with the Deputy Minister. We've met with the team. I have met separately with the group executive of Transnet, as well as the chairman of Transnet, and we found each other around common understanding of what is urgently needed to grow the economy, both from a tourism side, but also from an infrastructure and port and logistics side. And 5.2 billion rand has been set aside, not only here in the country. And last week, I invited the man that is responsible for Operation Bululela 2, and that project is turning things around. Somebody here mentioned the word in this, I can't know who it was, structural reform, and I'm happy to report that the structural reform processes are now starting to gain traction. And I want to thank the Premier because he pushed for this meeting with Barbara Creechy, and Michelle Phillips concluded as follows. She said, everything we promised, we have now delivered. And I want this House to know that everything that they have promised, they have actually delivered. So there's a better relationship. Last year, Honourable Member, to conclude, last year, from a tourism and perspective and the harbour, last year, we have seen the World Bank brought out a report. Last year, Mr. What you call it? My good friend. Last year, we had the worst, the World Bank, every year, they ranked the improvements in the harbors around the world, the ports. Last year, Cape Town was the last. Year last. I want to thank our colleagues in the national government. I want to thank the Mayor of the City of Cape Town, the Premier, and the leadership, because this year they brought out also a report. Last year, we were last. You would be happy in this House that this Cape Town port has now received, according to the World Bank, the best performance improvement. They are now, not me, the World Bank, #1. I'm happy for that because that means that greater tourism can also take place. So, Honourable Member, thank you. for that. And thank you for the question. And if Honourable Member Lekker does not take up the offer, it will be extended to you.
I note Member Syed and Member Bosman directly afterwards with 5 minutes remaining. Member Syed.
No, thank you very much. You know, the Honorable Doctor was so comprehensive that it's now responded to most of my questions, but it's fine. Let me maybe just shoot from there because he raised certain issues, particularly around some of the infrastructure, so some of the tourism and some of the markets. Now, I wanted to specifically, because we are, South Africa is a BRICS country, and I've seen tourism from so with regards to tourism from the Far East, I wanted to get a sense as to, is there any specific programs in place to encourage Chinese tourism in particular, and for the Chinese tourism to then benefit our economy? And we're hoping that that is not going to be also compromised by the persona non grata status. But thank you. Maybe MEC can respond. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Honourable Member, that's a new question. I'm happy to come back.
I note the Chief Whip, Honourable Bosman.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Minister spoke at length about the role of local tourism officers. So I just wanted to ask, my constituency includes a town called Calitzdorp. And I just wanted to ask, in terms of the local tourism officers and in terms of the impact of Treasury Circular 131 that classifies local tourism officers and the services they provide as a tenderable service, what is your department doing to expand on the success of local tourism officers by making sure that those local tourism officers stay open, even though the national government is trying to sabotage them with this Circular 131? Is there any intervention with the National Department of Tourism to make sure that local tourism officers across the Western Cape get to stay open?
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Chief Whip. This circular has certainly created huge instability in terms of the tourism industry. There are huge unhappiness amongst the various municipalities and the tourism industry. My department has engaged with the National Treasury and will continue to do so, also engage with our own provincial treasury. What we are going to do, Honourable Chief Whip, very soon, I have just got the Honourable Member Nkondlo, I just got the notification yesterday that there is now an urgent tourism MINMEC. I think the leader of the government business has now recently requested that we get proper time frames for the MINMECs. I can't just wake up and there's a MINMEC, but this is an important MINMEC where I will put this item on the agenda, and my staff is watching in their offices this current debate. So I talk to them directly now to put this item of the Chief Whip, namely the funding local tourism officers, also on the agenda, and to see what type of support we can get also from the National Minister of Tourism. This is an important matter because when I travel through to towns, there's one question that I normally ask. When I go anywhere, in every town, there's normally an I, that's an information office. And when I go there, I ask them about tourism, and many of them told me that tourism office has been closed. Now, certainly that cannot be, and this, come again? What is verkoop? Okay, I'll talk to you tea time. The people, there is something that I think we need to do in terms of promoting tourism, and there are different formulas. Some is in-house tourism, others is LTO. Some municipalities have the capacity, others don't have the capacity. And to the Honourable Chief Whip, I will be very, must choose my words now, parliamentary. I will be very strategic to just simply allocate money for a local tourism office in Kannaland, knowing their governance, architecture, and financial responsibility. What I do need, I have also invited a member of the Bayerse Landtag. He was a former mayor. And what he did, I invited him to also to the Municipal Economic and Tourism Summit to speak to us about something that is called a tourism levy. Honorable Member Christians, there is a tourism levy in other countries, and they also have what is called a bed levy. They use then that money to fund the tourism officers. All of you have traveled around the world. The first thing when you book in a hotel in Europe, they charge you 8.
Kindly conclude, Minister.
You get charged €8, and that is your tourism tax at the hotel, and they use that for that particular purpose. But Honourable Speaker, I would very much like to conclude by welcoming our student who is from Switzerland, I mean from Sweden. If you could please stand. This is the first time in the house. Thank you very much. She is an intern here. I want to welcome her, and all the knowledge that she gained from both sides of the house, she will certainly take back to her country.
Thank
you,
you.
Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, that concludes questions for oral reply. Outstanding replies will be printed in Hansard. We promptly commence in terms of Rule 204, questions to the Premier without notice. And as per the order paper, I now recognize the Honourable Petrus. But before the Honourable Petrus commences with his question, I want to again clarify that the relevant member posing the question has 2 follow-up questions that is linked to your original question.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Premier, the informal sector and SMEs plays a vital role in economic opportunities and job creation, especially for our people in informal settlements and the townships. Can you please tell the House how many informal businesses was helped by your government to become formal businesses?
Again, Honourable Member, thank you very much for that question. And absolutely, it is a critical question on SMMEs. And the majority of our 560,000 SMMEs in the province are SMMEs. Our department also has programs which says they're called the Booster Fund, and how that boosts SMMEs to grow their businesses. But the question that you ask is, how do SMMEs in the informal space become formal? And that's a very interesting question, because the question that South Africa asks themselves from a data point of view is, how many informal businesses do we even have in our country? Because they're informal. They are below the radar. They don't pay tax. They are not registered. They don't have those costs. In actual fact, if it was up to me, I'd try and lift that barrier to entry so that they could actually grow bigger before they had to formalize, because as soon as you add extra costs onto those SMMEs, they then find it harder to make ends meet, because suddenly you have to pay more money to various things to instead of investing it back into your business to grow. So in actual fact, the question, or the answer to the question, you know, how many businesses, I'd have to get the research to go and see what we can find. But I think if you look in the public domain, we've just had the data that comes from Stats SA. The information from Stats SA, it's very difficult for them to even differentiate between tourism jobs and finance jobs and back office processing jobs, because they couch it all into the finance sector. They don't even measure informal sector or or those SMMEs that are not in the registered space. Exactly the same thing applies to this conflict at the moment, where we've got businesses saying to us that in actual fact the unemployment rate is not true. It is much lower than we think it is because informal businesses are much more than we actually think it is. But it's so difficult to get the correlation of those two data points on what a Capitec Bank says and Stats SA says. So it is, I cannot give you that answer because primarily those businesses who want to remain below the line don't make themselves known. And even the businesses that the various government programs support, they are not tailored to that informal sector in general, because they ask you questions about registration, about your tax number, about all of those things so that you can get help from government at any of those government spaces. That's why I was always so excited by the Booster Fund, because it was about how do we help you just go from one employee to two or two employees to four. And it was not about those questions. And that's why, for example, and it was also about how do we bring in other business leaders to help advise those companies. So unfortunately, I can't. I don't think the department can, and I don't think Stats SA can, and I also don't know if a Capitec Bank can give you that exact answer. Sorry.
Honorable Petrus.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Premier. So there's no official policy to assist for the reasons that you mentioned.
Honorable
Informal
Petrus,
businesses.
is that your question?
Yes.
Thank you.
I've just said that there are interventions into the informal sector. I mentioned one of those programs called the Booster Fund. There are a whole range of those. I think specifically the broadband project is probably the biggest enabler into the economy. The decision of investing millions every single year for the last 15 years into broadband has been specifically for that, because the data that the World Bank gave us was that it had percentage points difference on the growth of a region or the jobs in a region if you implement those programs. So it's about programs as opposed to policy. And the interesting thing is, that I was just looking at these documents, held them aside here. If you have a look at specifically the jobs that are measured in our system, and you have a look at the graph, go onto Stats SA's graph and go and have a look at the latest jobs in our system, and you look at the graphs, this bottom one is the Western Cape. I mean, the broad unemployment rate is narrower than any other province, The narrow is way lower. I mean, together they are lower than the narrow from any other province. I mean, an unbelievable stat is that in the last 5 years in South Africa, in the last 5 years, the number of jobs that have been created in 5 years in our country is 400,000, which in itself is actually not a very good number of jobs. But 400,000 new jobs in the whole of South Africa. Of those new jobs, I wish I could ask you a question to reply, but you say to you, guess how many of the 400,000 jobs come from the one province called the Western Cape? But I'll give you that number. 360,347 of 400,000. Almost all of them in the last 5 years come from this very province. So when you look at about policies and programs, obviously there are things that we do in Minister's Mayor's Department and the economic support, the cutting the red tape, the broadband, all of these programs are making a difference, because by far we are seeing a much better employment rate and much lower unemployment rate. And then, of course, that 360,000 excludes the latest job stats, which has just come out now. I've just shown you one graph. Here's the other graph. The highest graph in this chart is the Western Cape. That's the number of new jobs created across South Africa by province in the last quarter. Guess which province had more jobs than any other province in South Africa? The Western Cape. 70,000 new jobs that you can add to the 360,347 jobs. And then, of course, you would say, okay, so how do those jobs equate to the informal sector? Or based on that question, how do those jobs equate to poorer communities? So I've said it before in this house, and I'll say it again. It is hard to get that data, which was the first part of my answer. But the second part of my answer is where we do have interaction between our departments and the sectors in government. I mean, the sectors in the private sector. And the real interesting one is this GIS mapping of jobs in the BPO sector. And jobs in the BPO sector, they measure where people live. They might work in town, or they might work in Belleville, or they might work in Athlone, but where do they live if they work in the BPO sector? And the most people that work in the BPO sector live in Mitchell's Plain. 16% of BPO workers live in Mitchell's Plain. The second most live in Khayelitsha, the third most in Langa, the fourth most in Athlone, and so it goes down by every single residential area, and they map that whole sector, which has got now more than 80,000 jobs that just serve the international BPO market. And that is the kind of granular data that we actually need as Stats SA to move towards in every single sector, whether it's formal or informal, so that you can actually really get down to where are jobs, what kind of jobs are they, how much do people earn, and then what further interventions are needed. And that's on the jobs numbers, which are really good at the moment. We can talk about investment conferences and the strategy of the department, et cetera, et cetera. But it comes back to the original part of your question, which is SMMEs, small businesses. How do we get them to help them to open? What is the seed funding capabilities and capacity? What is failure rate to success? How different is it from any other country? How do we measure it? The department has all of those answers. They measure entrepreneurship ratings versus us versus other like emerging market countries. So the real data and evidence in this question that you've asked, if you really are interested in drilling down into that kind of data, it's the perfect kind of question when the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture come, they can drill down into exactly where those interventions, how many of those interventions, who was helped, and to what value.
Thank you, Premier. Member Petrus, this is your last opportunity. Okay, we move to the next question. Member Stevens.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Premier, we heard quite a lot about child killings today and gangsterism and violence. Therefore, I ask, what urgent concrete measures is our government implementing to stop the relentless killings of children in the Cape Metal and restore a sense of safety and hope in our communities?
Premier.
So obviously that was the critical question in the debate. It is the critical question that we're facing. And I mean, there are so many facets to answer this. It begins with devolution of power. It begins with how do we build a new policing model in society? But it links through to a question earlier as well, is behavior of society and how we as human beings treat each other. Because of course, the killing and the gangsterism and the crime has causalities. What causes it? Is it something that happens and in actual fact in our system it gets worse over time? And so if we start with the policing side, we already know that in 2019, when I became the Premier, we had 20,000 police officers. Now we've got 13,000 police officers. There's problem one. In 2019, we had less than 4 million people living in the city. Now we've got more than 5 million people living in the city. Another million people, 25% growth in population and a massive reduction in policing. If we look at investigations, which you spoke about earlier, 8,500 investigator posts not filled. Not filled. We can't fill them. I'd love to be able to fill them. In actual fact, in this province, it's just under 1,000 posts for investigators just in this province that are not filled. I have called for devolution of power for years. Give us the budgets, give us the power, we will show you, we will change that. But now we are having a different conversation. We are saying, okay, well, let's see what else we can do to work together. Do you know that the LEAP officers, 1,200 of them, through the city of Cape Town, working in 6 hotspot areas, those areas are where more guns are taken off the streets now by those officers for 1,200 than the 13,000 officers in the system. Now, this says there's a major problem. What are we doing about it? How are we bringing about change? I've asked it in this house. Why is this house not all united saying, let's bring a change? And let's all invite Minister Kachale to come here. I must say that I've had very positive engagements with him to say, come, let's find solutions. He came and visited here, and we're waiting now for, I actually wrote to General Patakile yesterday to say, please, let's engage now on the new gang strategy. Because remember, when the minister was here, he engaged across political lines. He went on the ground, and he's devised a new violent gang, anti-gang strategy. So now we're waiting for it to say, how can we partner with a strategy so we can bring about those changes? But then coming back more towards your actual question. So what about the interventions that we speak about here all the time? I think the one that I referred to earlier called Planet Youth, we must start asking questions about that project, because for me, it is a super exciting project. It is the biggest intervention in our country at the moment, by far. I mean, really by far. And sure, it's early days, but you can already see the questions are being asked. We are not doing this as a thumbsuck. It's being done in other countries around the world. And we've gone and found Minister Wenger, her team have gone out, they've gone and found what is an intervention that can actually bring about change for youth in our region, because they are being slaughtered at the moment, and it's unacceptable. I think the other project that is also part of violence prevention, that is also in the violence prevention program and run by the Department of Health, which is also a really amazing program, and that is this one that is called Khulisa Care. You've heard about the first 1,000 days and those interventions, but Khulisa Care in stunting. When a child is born underweight and does not have the right nutrition, by the time that child gets to school, that child is set up to fail, because their brain formation has not had the food that it needs in its formation stage to become a child that's able to be that learning sponge at school and build their future. They are at a disadvantage from day one. And then what happens is they become the child that drops out of school. That becomes the child involved in gangsterism. That becomes the child that ends up with a gun shooting another child. And I think that is a second intervention that is really going to bear fruit over time. And I'm actually super excited about it, because it's a proper partnership. It's partnership with private sector. It's partnership with our communities. It's partnership through our hospitals and NGO, the DG Murray Trust. It really is one of those things that you look at this and you go like, wow, this has so much potential. And we could showcase this to the world if it works. And I don't see any reason why it's not going to work, because how it's been designed. These are the kind of interventions. And then right down to, how do community watches, safety programs, walking with the communities, how do we ourselves across society, because, you know, and I hear what people say, it's we blame the police because we have too few police, and we call for change and we try something. But at the end of the day, we've all got to play a role. National government, provincial government, local government, civil society, NGOs, and we've got to try things. We've got to bring up new ideas, new things. And that is going to give us that ability to really have an impact. Because it's not only one government that can bring about that change, it's all of us together.
Member Stevens, you have a follow-up?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Will your government take the decisive step of formally requesting the deployment of the South African National Defence Force to stabilize high-risk areas and protect innocent lives? Thank you.
I think that's a very interesting question, and maybe it is something that you should put to us to have a discussion at the Safety Council. My immediate gut answer to that is I don't think so. I requested this once before. I've been in government for quite a long time, and in 2019, just became the Premier. We were having shooting across the Cape Flats just before an election again, all sorts of, it feels a bit like deja vu. And I said, we need the military. And that wasn't the first time. That was, I think, the second or third time that the military in the last 30 years have been brought in to deal with the gang violence. It didn't have the effect that I was hoping it was going to have. Because one would imagine that what happens is the military come in, they stabilize the system, and then you let the police do what they need to do. I think the real problem is that even when that happens, the military are trained for something else. They're not trained for policing. But let them do what they're trained for. Let them secure an area and let the police do. But then we've got too few police and we've got too few military people as well. I mean, the military system is totally underfunded and totally inefficient. And so you're going to add another inefficiency to another inefficiency. And in 2019, it did not give us the results. So that would be my gut, is I don't think it is actually going to make a difference. But I heard it today, and I've heard it a second time today, and there's nothing wrong with your party sending us a formal request to say, at the Safety Council, will we consider it?
Member Stevens, do you have your final follow-up? Thank you so much. Member Syed, we have 30 seconds.
There's no point. We'll do it another time.
Thank you so much. I
Gave you some time.
I wanted to be very clear that I provided the opportunity and that Member Nkondlo heard me provide the opportunity. But also thank you, Member Nkondlo. I sincerely trust that nature calls is also a parliamentary term. So thank you so much for quickly helping and assisting. Members, we will proceed in terms of Rule 145. There will be an opportunity for members' statements. I now recognize the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the success of last week's investment summit stands as powerful proof that the Western Cape province is open for business and that the Western Cape government is a trusted partner for investors seeking certainty, stability, and real opportunity. The summit held in Cape Town brought together global investors, local business leaders, and government to advance our shared vision of building a 1 trillion rand provincial economy by 2035 through the Growth for Jobs strategy. Through the summit, the Western Cape showcased a deal book worth billions of rands in pre-vetted, investment-ready projects across renewable energy, agribusiness, logistics, and the creative industries, all sectors critical to driving inclusive growth and job creation in this province. Already more than 50 billion rands worth of investment commitments have been secured, and that's expected to unlock more than 45,000 jobs in our province that will catalyze private sector development across our districts. Honourable Deputy Speaker, this success reinforces what we've known long ago. When government provides clean administration, clear policy direction, and efficient service delivery, the private sector responds with confidence. Investment summits like this one are proof that public-private partnerships is the engine of our province's economic future. They give substance to the Growth for Jobs strategy, and they turn planning into tangible results, growing the economy, growing jobs, and creating a shared, prosperous Western Cape for all. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chief Whip. I see the ANC.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, we rise today to express concern over a consistent pattern of secrecy, ethical lapses, and a lack of transparency within the office of the Honourable Premier. Firstly, the Premier has refused to release the full report into the George building collapse, which claimed the lives of 34 workers. This continuous withholding of information denies grieving families and the public the closure and accountability they deserve. The Premier must give an executive undertaking that he will not take 3 years to make the George building collapse report public. Secondly, while the Premier finally released the police ombudsman's findings into alleged gang infiltration within senior ranks of SAPS, this decision comes far too late. Communities have lived in fear and uncertainty for months. Transparency delayed is accountability denied. We can only hope the same delay will not apply to the release of the George Building Collapse report. Thirdly, the Premier failed to declare to the registrar a sponsored trip to New York in the United States last year, raising serious concerns about ethical compliance and accountability in the office. We have reported this to the registrar and await a response. Together, these incidents reveal an administration increasingly resistant to scrutiny. Transparency and accountability are not optional in a democracy, Deputy Speaker. They are foundation of public trust. The people of the Western Cape deserve leadership built on integrity, not concealment. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Syed. I recognize the PA.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, before I begin, allow me to thank MEC Bartman and MEC Bordel for the assistance provided to the municipalities of the Central Karoo. Your budget allocations of millions are noted and highly appreciated. Also, allow me to thank MEC Mayors for the Western Cape Investment Summit. Thank you for that. However, Speaker, I must again raise the same pressing question. What are this government's concrete plans, programs, and projects for economic development and growth in the Central Karoo? What is the timelines for implementation, and what tangible outcomes can our people expect? Time and time again, when I ask this question, I am met with the same answer. We must fix the municipalities. That response, Speaker, is convenient if you do not have a vision of your own for this province. But this government does have a vision, and it has policies that we are told to be proud of. One of those policies speaks directly to economic development and growth. And indeed, we have seen this practice elsewhere. In Atlantis, we've seen it, the Atlantis Special Economic Zone in Saldanha, where millions were allocated annually. So I ask again, Speaker, where is the plan for the Central Karoo? Our people do not need bailouts. We do not need charity. We need the government to implement its own policies. Help us to make our municipalities economically and financially sustainable. When people have jobs, our local economy is growing. We will be able to pay for our own services and strengthen the municipalities ourselves. Speaker, I thank you. And I thank this House for considering the Central Karoo not as a burden, but as a region ready to play its part, and indeed a bigger role in the economic life of this province. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Syed, you're raising on a point of order.
Yes, Chair. Chair, I was speaking and now I'm reflecting. The Honorable Premier used, when I was speaking, the word rubbish twice. Is that parliamentary? Thank you.
I will listen to the answer and revert back to the House on that particular order if needed. Thank you so much, Honorable Syed. I now recognize the DA.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the safety, regulation, and future of our mobility sector remains central to the Western Cape's mission to build a well-connected, inclusive, and law-abiding transport system. Vehicle operating licenses and the rise of illegal operations affect thousands of law-abiding operators who play by the rules, while others continue to undermine road safety, public confidence, and the sustainability of the sector. Every day, commuters rely on safe licensed operators to get to work, school, and home. Yet, their safety is too often placed at risk by unlicensed and illegal operations. National Land Transport Amendment Act introduces important changes to strengthen commuter safety and transform the industry. As such, Deputy Speaker, next week, Wednesday, the Standing Committee on Mobility will receive two crucial briefings. Firstly, from the Minister of Mobility and the Western Cape Mobility Department on the current state of vehicle operation licenses. Secondly, Deputy Speaker, from the Western Cape E-Hailing Association and the E-Cabs on the readiness of the e-hailing and meter taxi industries to implement the new law. These discussions will focus on safety, transformation, and the support the Western Cape government provides to ensure fair competition and compliance under this new framework. The Democratic Alliance commends the Western Cape government for leading a modern, accountable mobility system that balances innovation with regulation. We call on all stakeholders, operators, platforms, and enforcement agencies to work together to restore order, ensure compliance, and put commuter safety first. Funeka sisebenzisane ukuze sikhusele abantu bethu size sakhe inkqubo yokuhamba ethembekileyo nekhuselekileyo. The Western Cape continues to set the national standard for responsible mobility governance. Enkosi kakhulu, Sekela Somlo.
Thank you so much, Honorable Umbombo. I recognize the EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The EFF is shocked at the decision of the South African Municipal Workers Union medical scheme to exclude a number of private hospitals serving Black communities from its network. The decision is negatively affecting low-earning municipal workers across the province, more especially on the Cape Flats, when one takes into account the exclusion of private hospitals such as Malamute hospitals in Mitchellsplan and Gatesville, among others. Samoed's purpose is primarily to serve municipal workers, who include cleaners, drivers, general workers, and essential public servants who has an average salary level which leave a limited disposable income for healthcare beyond their medical aid contributions. In October this year, SAMUMED members were notified that a number of hospitals serving their communities would not be part of the network. This decision was taken despite these hospitals offering affordable and high quality care on the doorsteps where majority of these members live and work. The EFF is in possession of an affidavit penned by an affected member outlining what a mother who is a pensioner had to go through after they were told to remove her from Gatesville Malamute Hospital, which is on a doorstep to that of another. Other than this shift affecting the member financially, as they have to now travel long distances to get to the new hospital in a white suburb, the transition also disturbed and resulted in developing another medical condition. As a result, thousands of working class families continue to face the devastating impacts of a decision made without proper consultation, guidance, or the consideration of their socioeconomic realities, while at the same time isolates patients and impacts their mental health, recovery, and social support system. In conclusion, in light of the above, and for the fact that the affected workers work for municipalities in our province, which our ministers here exercise oversight, the EFF would like to once again request intervention in this regard. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kasim. I see the NCC.
Dankie, agbare Deputy Speaker. Agbare Deputy Speaker, die afgelopen naweek het daar 'n persoon in 'n hit and run plaas buite Citrusdal, Oudam Farm, wat hy dood opgetel op die plaaspad. Agbare Deputy Speaker, ons het 'n persoon in Grabouw wat op 'n plaas bly wat vir 1000 units R100 moet betaal. Huurders, plaaswerkers moet hoë huur betaal. Plaaswerkers face daagliks uitsettings in die Weskaap. Alle wyke in munisipaliteite in die Weskaap waarvan plase deel uitmaak van die geografiese grense word verteenwoordig deur DA raadslede, wijkraadslede. Op die huidige oomblik bevind plaaswerkers reg oor die provinsie hulle in mees onmenslike, haglike omstandighede wat geskep word deur plaasboere. Hulle DA wijkraadslede is doodstil oor die situasie wat die belange van plaasboere wat ook die befondsers is van die DA word meer belangriker geag. Agbare Speaker, die NCC as die enigste kampvegters vir die beskerming van die regte van plaaswerkers in die Weskaap doen ons 'n beroep op die LER vir behuising. Agbare Deputy Speaker, ek take note van die gelagtery uit DA geleederheid, want dit is wat hulle dink van ons plaaswerkers. Agbare Deputy Speaker, as die NCC maak ons 'n beroep op die LER vir behuising, vir landbou, om te engage met die boere, sodat daar 'n moratorium geplaas kan word op alle plaasuitsettings, tot en met daar 'n plan van die Wes-Kaapse regering is om ons plaaswerkers van behuising te voorsien. Dankie.
Thank you so
Premier-
much, Honorable Michaels. I recognize the ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Under the Zille administration, the DA-led Western Cape government announced the Conradi Park Better Living Game Changer with great fanfare, a so-called model of inclusive, affordable housing that will heal the spatial wounds of apartheid. Yet over a decade later, that promise has decayed into cruelty and exploitation, a place where profit tramples dignity and the poor are treated as intruders in their own homes. Behind the glossy announcements and ribbon cuttings lies a daily nightmare of the poor. Tenants report evictions without due process, arbitrary fines of up to 1,500 rands, and the silencing of residents who try to organize. They are forced to buy electricity through an expensive private app at some of the highest rates in the world, whilst the management profits. Even the elderly and SASSA recipients are being suffocated by exorbitant tariffs and corrupt billing. We have learned of a tenant, a rent-paying person, sleeping in his car because the biometric system denies him access to his home. Others live in fear of being locked out, fined, or humiliated. The DA's Conradi project has become a monument to hypocrisy and a reminder that under the DA, poverty is punished and dignity is disposable. The ANC caucus stands firmly with the people of Conradi Park. We call for an immediate investigation into these abuses and will be referring this matter to the National Department of Human Settlements and the South African Human Rights Commission. The ANC will not rest while our people suffer under blue-branded oppression. The poor deserve protection, not persecution. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nkondlo. I recognize the DA.
Deputy Speaker, the DA-led George municipality continues to deliver essential services to the community. On water security, over 1 billion rand from the BFI grant has been spent, with work completed 6 months ahead of schedule. Through the integrated transport network, roads in Pakkersdorp and the CBD are continuously redone and resurfaced, ensuring safer and more reliable transport for residents. In safety and security, a 24/7 law enforcement component will be launched to provide continuous protection for the community. Housing remains a priority. Over the past month, nearly 400 homes have been handed over through targeted housing blitzes. Additionally, buffalo tank toilets have been installed in informal settlements, including Wilderness Heights, Syferfontein, and Thembaletu, improving sanitation for many families. In social support, a second threshold for indigent support has been added for the first time, and the threshold for the first tier, previously set at 2 times SASSA, has been increased, assisting more families in need. The upcoming George Festival will celebrate the vibrancy and the spirit of the community. Deputy Speaker, these initiatives demonstrate that the DA-led George municipality continues to deliver effectively across water security, infrastructure, housing, social support, and safety. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Boysen. I recognize the Freedom Front Plus.
Baie dankie Speaker. Deputy Speaker, die Vryheidsfront Plus wil graag ons teleurstelling uitspreek teenoor die hartelose besluit van die DA geleide Drakensberg munisipaliteit om die tydelike huurkontrak van die munisipale eiendom in Wellington, die Saf Marine Center, wat aan die Community Youth and Family Services gehuur was te beëindig. Dit was gelei deur meneer Henry Jacobs, 'n gemeenskapsleier. Nou, hy is nou al meer as 'n jaar besig om programme vir die gemeenskap te lei en die jong mense besig te hou. Maar vandag is ek teleurgesteld in die DA. The DA has ended the contract without any explanation, knowing that there's community upliftment projects for the youth, for women, and it's in a very poor area of Wellington. The Wellington will be much poorer on the 1st of December 2025, when he and the organization and their projects are expected to come to an end. The DA will pay a very heavy price in the 2026 election for having closed down community projects of this nature. Ironically, tabling a debate today to discuss the seriousness of crime in the province and then turn to the closure of this particular facility. I call on the electorate out there not to forget what the DA has done, and that the DA's Drakenstein municipality will pay a heavy price in terms of what they've done to the Wellington community of Wakesvlei and the surrounding areas. Very disappointing. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mare. I recognize Al Jama'ah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, today on the 30th November 2025, this morning, another 3 young men from the community of Menenberg was gunned down, cold-blooded, gunned down. When is this going to end? Honorable Deputy Speaker, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us in the Holy Quran, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim, wal asr, by the token of time, innal insana lafi khusr, humanity is at a loss. Illa alladhina amanu, except those who makes effort on their faith, wa amilu salihat, and who does righteous deeds, wa tawasaw bil haqq, and those who encourage one another to be upright, wa tawasaw bis sabr, and those who encourage one another to be patient. I thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Brunkhuis. I recognize the ACDP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the ACTP remains committed in supporting and advocating for the rights and protection of victims of gender-based violence in the Western Cape and across this nation. Tuesday, the 25th of November to Wednesday, the 10th of December 2025, launches the campaign 16 Days of No Violence Against Women and Children across the world and in our country. With police statistics from 2022 to 2025 showing high levels of sexual offences that's increasing day by day is a major concern. Deputy Speaker, gender-based violence in the Western Cape reflects a national crisis as well as challenges unique to our province. Police service in the Western Cape consistently records some of the highest sexual offence rates in the country. In the year 2022 to 2023, SAP's data showed over 7,000 reported sexual offences in this province, with Nyanga, Delft, Khayelitsha among the top stations called rape stations. By 2023-2024, the GBV Respond Fund dashboard highlighted that South Africa recorded a woman killed every 2.5 hours, with the Western Cape contributing significantly to these statistics. Deputy Speaker, GBV in the Western Cape and across the country is not only a criminal justice issue, but also a societal emergency demanding sustained action from government, civil society, and communities alike. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. I recognize the Good Party.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I have no statement.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. I recognize the DA.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, in January 2026, we will celebrate two towering figures in our nation's cultural story, David Kramer and the late Talib Peterson, as they receive one of the highest honours our city can bestow, the Freedom of the City of Cape Town. This prestigious award, which places them alongside South African greats such as President Nelson Mandela and Archbishop Desmond Tutu, is a fitting tribute to two men who have profoundly shaped our country's musical and theatrical heritage. Through their unforgettable collaborations, David and Talib gave voice to the stories, struggles, and triumphs of ordinary South Africans. Productions such as District 6, the musical, and Cat and the Kings, they reminded us of our shared humanity, our resilience, and the unbreakable spirit of the Cape. Their work travelled from the dusty roads of the Karoo to the bright lights of London's West End, yet always remained rooted in the rhythms, humour, and heart of our people. David Kramer continues to inspire generations with his storytelling and commitment to local music, while Talib Peterson's legacy lives on through his songs and the countless artists he inspired. As we look ahead to the formal ceremony in January 26, we celebrate not only two extraordinary artists, but two South African sons whose music told the truth of who we are. Let this honour remind us that culture, like freedom, must be nurtured, protected, and shared. And may the voices of David Kramer and Tali Peterson continue to echo through our city, our theatres, and our hearts for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Van Minnen. Honorable members, in terms of Rule 145, subsection 6, I now give members of the executive an opportunity for no more than 5 minutes. Collectively, I see we are doing the clock, Premier. I see the Premier, you can go.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. First of all, I will change, and I don't see the Honourable Said here, but I'll change rubbish to nonsense. And I'll start off with saying the George Building Collapse report is not held in secret. On the 30th of January, I handed it over to the South African Police Service. So it is with them. Secondly, it will be made public when it gets to court, because that's how processes work. You can't go and ask some investigator for all the documents before it's even got to court. That's part of the investigation. Thirdly, I have repeatedly asked for updates from General Patakile on where we are with the rest of the investigation, because then the charges can be laid, which is exactly what we need to be done, lay those charges. But there's nothing stopping the Honourable Said to ask SAPS to come and make the report public, and let's see what they say. I think fourthly, it sounds, I believe that it's the Department of Labour that hasn't finished their report, and that's exactly what we are waiting for. But please ask that question as well. We are trying to get that detail. It sounds like another IPID process. And then secondly, again, nonsense. The whole reason the declaration was made, and then the Honourable Said is talking about it, is because the declaration was made in the annual report. We had a debate in the standing committee. He has laid a question with the registrar. I have answered the registrar, so let's see what the registrar says. But again, I reiterate, I take away the rubbish and I say nonsense.
May I continue, Honourable Minister?
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. In terms of the Konradi statement made by the Honourable Nkondlo, just a correction. What she was referring to was the allegations made by tenants in the social housing component of the Konradi Park project, phase 1. The issues related to the allegations were of electricity charges, which is because they buy through the Smart Meter-based app. That is part of their contract with the Social Housing Institute. The provincial government has nothing to do with it. The National Department of Human Settlements has got nothing to do with it. However, the tariff structure which they are billed at per unit is actually in line with the City of Cape Town tariff book, which is published for all of us. Tenants are also alerted to annual increases, actually ahead of the July increases by the City of Cape Town. All other components of the social housing aspect of what the tenant is permitted to receive, they are actually getting. The problem is when, and there's a few tenants who sadly did not honor their part of the commitment as tenants to pay their rental on time and did not put sufficient arrangements in place with Own Haven, who is the Social Housing Institute. I know this got a bit of media attention in October. The Social Housing Institute did respond, but these are the correct facts. Thank you.
I see no further. I see member.
Agbare Deputy
Minister
Speaker,
Bredell.
ja baie dankie. Agbare Michaels is uit die huis uit. Hy's nie, so sal hom maar verskoon, maar hy moet onthou die goed word opgeteken in Hansard. Hy het gesê dat mense betaal R100 vir 1000 eenhede krag. Hy moet tog vir almal van ons sê waar koop hulle daai krag asseblief? Dit is so die feit, dis feitelik verkeerd. En dan om plaaswerkers kan hy asseblief my kollegas nie, maar as daar enige bewyse is van plaaswerkers wat mishandel word of bring dit vir ons, my kollegas sal dit opvolg, maar dis gemaklik om net so 'n algemene stelling te maak en dan op ander mense te trap. Ook om te sê dat boere die DA befonds, kan hy vir my sê watter befonds die DA? Want so kan ek dan sê wie Knoflokskraal se erwe verkoop het. As ons net goed kan sê, want ons weet redelik min of meer wat daar aangaan. Dankie Agbas.
I see no further members of the executive. That concludes member statements. We will proceed in terms of Rule 151. And all notices of motion by members are required to be delivered to the Secretary for placing it on the order paper. These motions have been duly submitted and published on the order paper below the line. We will proceed in terms of Rule 150. I would like to inform members that in terms of Rule 150 pertaining to motions without notice, condolence, and congratulatory were submitted to the Programming Authority prior to the plenary on the 11th of November. Members are also reminded that motions without notice pertaining to congratulatory and condolence will not be allowed in this sitting that have not been processed by the Programming Authority. I have been informed that in the Programming Authority meeting on the 11th of November 2025, political parties submitted the names of the honourable members in the desired order of speaking and who had wished to move a motion without notice in this sitting of the House. I will therefore, just for noting purposes and for the minutes and for the purposes of minutes, call out the honourable members whose names have accordingly been submitted and approved. The following members' motion have been approved by the Programming Authority and is as follows: the Honourable Barnes, the Honourable Syed, the Honourable Syed, the Honourable Nkwensu, the Honourable Nkwensu, the Honourable Nkwensu, the Honourable Lekker, the Honourable Van Minnen, the Honourable Van Minnen, the Honourable Johnson, the Honourable Masipa, the Honourable Van Minnen, the Honourable Johnson, the Honourable Van Minnen, the Honourable Bryant, the Honourable Boyson, the Honourable Van Minnen, the Honourable Kaiser Philander, and the Honourable Bryant. I now put the motions duly submitted and approved by the Programming Authority to the House. Are there any objections? There's no objections. Agreed to. The motions will appear in the minutes of proceedings and in Hansard in each individual member's name as if the member had read them aloud. I will now afford opportunity to members to move most notices as per Standing Rule 150, subsection 3D. This could include motions without notice that were not approved in the Programming Authority meeting. Members are reminded that the 30 minutes as per Standing Rule 150, 3D will start now, and I recognize the Honourable Bryant.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move without notice that this House notes the outcomes of the 2023-2024 local government audits, which show that 26 municipalities in the Western Cape received unqualified audits, including 20 that achieved clean audits, as confirmed by the Auditor General of South Africa. Further notes that the municipalities in receipt of clean audits were Bergrivier, Breda Valley, Cape Agulhas, Cape Winelands District, City of Cape Town, Drakensberg, Garden Route District, George, Hessika, Langenberg, Matsikama, Mossel Bay, Overberg District, Overstrand, Saldanha Bay, Stellenbosch, Swartland, Swellendam, West Coast District, and Witzenberg. This House acknowledges the efforts of municipal officials and councillors whose work contributes to maintaining high standards of governance in the province, and that this House recognizes that these results reflect the value of effective oversight, financial prudence, and responsible management of public resources. I hereby move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's no objections. Agreed to. I recognize the Honorable Nkwensu.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes with serious concern that the Standing Committee on Police Oversight and Community Safety convened a meeting with the Western Cape Police Ombudsman as part of its constitutional oversight mandate, where it emerged that the Ombudsman's office continues to face tripling resource constraint that severely undermine its capacity to perform its statutory duties. Further notes with alarm the contents of the October 2022 Ombudsman report, which details the infiltration of the South African Police Service in the Western Cape by the underworld criminal network. The revelations in the report expose the systematic weaknesses within the police, posing a serious threat to the safety, stability, and integrity of our democratic state. Despite the gravity of these findings, the report has been in the possession of the Premier and Winder since 2022, yet it was concealed from the members and committees of this very House and the public with no indication of decisive action or accountability. That the House, therefore, condemns the continued secrecy surrounding the Ombudsman 22 report and calls for the Premier public release, demands that the Premier and the Western Cape government implement all the report's recommendations without delay and take urgent steps to root out criminal infiltration within the police service and support the Standing Committee recommendation to call for a judicial commission of inquiry to this revelation. I so move, though it's overtaken a bit by events.
Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved? There's an objection.
We object.
The motion will be printed on the order paper. I again recognize the Honorable Nkwensu.
Objection.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Once again, I move without notice that the House notes that the South African Police Service, in collaboration with the private security company, successfully seized alcohol valued at approximately 3.8 million in Somerset West following an intelligence-led operation. 9 suspects aged between 22 and 47 were arrested and several vehicles used in the offense were confiscated. This major bust highlights the ongoing threat posed by organized criminal networks involved in the illegal trade, storage, and distribution of alcohol across the Western Cape, a practice which not only undermines lawful businesses but also fuels criminal enterprise in vulnerable communities. The House further notes that such operations are not isolated, as police have uncovered numerous illegal alcohol manufacturing and distribution sites in Stellenbosch, Klapmas, and surrounding areas. The proliferation of these underground operations deprives the state of much needed tax revenue, endangers public health through unregulated products, and strengthens criminal syndicates operating with impunity. The House expresses deep concern that large-scale illicit alcohol operations reflect broader challenges in law enforcement capacity, interagency coordination, and oversight of the alcohol manufacturing and distribution sector. The House calls on the Western Cape government and relevant law enforcement agencies to prioritize a full investigation into this operation, including tracing the source of the seized alcohol, dismantling the criminal networks involved, prosecuting all offenders, and strengthening legal regulation enforcement across the province. Furthermore, the House requests a detailed report outlining the number of similar bursts, arrests, and successful prosecutions over the past 24 months, as well as recommendations for preventing the recurrence of such criminal activity. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I again recognize the Honorable Nkwensu.
Honorable Nkwensu, I move without notice that the House notes with deep outrage and sorrow the brutal killing of an 18-year-old young man in Delft who was shot 8 times in the head in what police believe to be a targeted act of retaliation. This heinous act occurred in broad daylight and has left the deaf community deeply shaken, highlighting the pervasive and unchecked violence in townships. The House further notes that the victim was the daughter of a local tavern owner who had allegedly refused to pay so-called processing fee demanded by criminal syndicates. This matter is emblematic of the growing scourge of extortion networks operating in communities, which use intimidation, threats, and violence to enforce compliance, creating an environment of fear that undermines lawful enterprise and public safety. The House condemns in the strongest terms this barbaric act of violence and calls upon the South African Police Service and all relevant law enforcement agencies to intensify their investigation, ensure swift apprehension and prosecution of the perpetrators, and dismantle the extortion network that terrorize our communities. The House further urges the provincial government to provide support to victims and communities affected by extortion, implement preventative measures, and ensure that the rule of law is upheld without fear or favor. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's no objections. Agreed to. I now recognize again the Honorable Nkwensu.
Oh, my daughter, Honorable Quinsu. I move without notice that the House commends the swift and decisive action of the police in responding to a community alert in Danun, which led to the arrest of 6 armed men found in possession of multiple firearms and ammunition. The police's rapid response and professionalism undoubtedly prevented a potential tragedy in a community already terrorized by criminal gangs and extortionate rackets. This House notes with deep concern the rise in extortion-related crimes across Cape Town Township, where armed groups intimidate residents and business owners under the guise of a protection fee. These criminal syndicates have sown fear in communities, destabilized local economies, and undermined public safety. The arrest of these 6 suspects demonstrate the urgent need for continuous intelligence-driven policing and strengthened collaboration between law enforcement and local communities. The House condemns, in the strongest terms possible, the growing influence of extortion syndicates that exploit vulnerable communities through fear and violence. It calls upon SABS, the Hawks, and provincial police oversight and community safety to intensify targeted operations, increase visible policing in high-risk areas such as Noon, and ensure that those arrested face swift prosecution and maximum penalties under the law. Furthermore, the House urges the provincial government to expand community safety forums and neighborhood watch programs, empowering residents to report criminal activities without fear of retribution. The House commends the brave residents of Danun whose vigilance and courage in reporting suspicious activity played a vital role in preventing possible bloodshed. I so move. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's no objections. Agreed to. Member Nkwensu, everyone missed your voice here in the chamber. I now recognize the Honorable Lekker.
They miss my cute voice in the chamber.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the House notes the call by Women for Change for a nationwide shutdown on the 21st of November 2025, aimed at protesting the ongoing scourge of gender-based violence and femicide in South Africa. The movement coincides with the G20 Leaders Summit and seeks to draw global attention to the daily violence faced by women and LGBTQI plus persons in our country, highlighting a crisis that requires urgent and systemic intervention. That this House recognizes that femicide has reached crisis levels as 8 women have been murdered in the province this week alone. The slow pace of justice, coupled with inadequate government response, continues to exacerbate public outrage and fosters a climate of fear in communities. The planned national shutdown reflects the collective demand for urgent attention and action, including the formal declaration of gender-based violence as a national disaster and the mobilization of resources to tackle the scourge decisively. That the House condemns in the strongest possible terms the brutal and systemic violence inflicted upon women and girls and calls on the national government, SAPS, and the Western Cape provincial government to intensify their efforts through improved policing, enhanced victim support services, harsher penalties for perpetrators, and strengthened partnerships with civil society organizations. That the House further expresses its solidarity with all women, girls, and organizations participating in the shutdown and reaffirms its unwavering support for the fight to end gender-based violence and femicides, both in the Western Cape and across South Africa. Recognizing that meaningful change requires sustained commitment from all spheres of government and the civil society. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is no objections. Agreed to. I again recognize the Honorable Lekker.
That the House warmly welcomes and commends the recent efforts of the South African Police Service in the Western Cape, resulting in 26 arrests over 3 days as part of Operation Lockdown 3, which targeted gang-related crime in hotspot areas including Menenberg, Elsis Rivier, Kensington, Wynberg, Lentegea, and Dalf. The House notes that the arrests included charges for possession of unlicensed firearms and ammunition, hijacked vehicles, drug dealing, and other gang-related offenses, demonstrating the effectiveness of intelligence-driven coordinated policing in reducing criminal activity and protecting communities. That the House further notes that operations such as Operation Lockdown 3 are essential to disrupting gang structures, dismantling criminal networks, and creating a safer environment for residences. That the House calls upon the provincial government and SAPS to sustain high-impact operations in gang hotspots, ensure successful prosecutions, maintain visible policing, and strengthen community law enforcement partnerships through tip-offs, neighborhood watch structures, and community policing forums. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's no objections. Agreed to. I recognize the Honorable Lekker.
That the House notes with grave concern the continuing crisis of sinkholes in the SST informal settlement of Town 2, Khayelitsha, where multiple homes have been forced to evacuate and one resident has already fallen into a collapse caused by a failing sewer pipeline. That the House further notes, despite repeated warnings and reports back dating from 2024, the City of Cape Town has not acted with sufficient urgency. The infrastructure remains in despair. Temporary fixes are used instead of proper engineering solutions, and blocked servitudes prevent safe access to remediation. That the House expresses outrage that residents of Town 2 continue to live in imminent danger while municipal delays and structural neglect persist. That the House demands the city to immediately deploy emergency engineering teams, relocate at-risk families to safe temporary accommodation, and conduct a full independent investigation into the structural failures and the city's response. Further, that the House reaffirms that all residents have the right to safety, dignity, and functional public infrastructure, and declares that any community is forced to live in constant hazard and is unacceptable in a constitutional democracy. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognize the Honorable Nkondlo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we move that the House notes with deep concern the recent reports revealing that the Democratic Alliance's Minister of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries, Mr. Dion George, holds United States citizenship while serving as a cabinet minister in the Republic of South Africa. This revelation has sparked widespread public outrage and raises serious questions regarding national security, loyalty, and the integrity of the executive with the GNU and inclusion of DA members who are entrusted with access to sensitive state information and key decisions that shapes the country's future. That the House further notes that many ordinary South Africans are denied security clearance, public service appointments, and other opportunities on the basis of dual citizenship. Yet this standard appears inconsistently applied when it concerns certain privileged individuals within the Democratic Alliance that seems to be double agents. The House also acknowledged that the DA's Minister of Home Affairs, Mr. Leon Schreiber, has driven legislative amendments to make dual citizenship more accessible, an act that has been criticized for potentially weakening the exclusivity and sanctity of South African nationality. That the House expresses concern that the appointment of a cabinet minister who holds allegiance of a foreign power, particularly one whose policies have often conflicted with South Africa's international positions, represents a potential conflict of loyalty, infiltration, and a serious threat to the sovereignty of the Republic. We must call for stricter scrutiny in the legislative sector to conduct comprehensive reviews of the legislation and rules governing public office eligibility, so to prohibit individuals holding dual citizenship from serving in cabinet or in any other position that involves access to state information or national decision-making processes, and further welcomes the decision announced by President Cyril Ramaphosa to remove this person from his cabinet. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I now recognize the Honorable Sayed.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move that the House, in the spirit of African unity and solidarity, commemorates the 50th anniversary of the independence of the Republic of Angola, declared on the 11th of November, 1975, marking the end of centuries of Portuguese colonial rule. This House notes that Angola's newly won independence was immediately threatened by foreign interference, including the invasion by the apartheid regime of South Africa, backed by the United States, in support of rebel movements against the legitimate government led by the MPLA, the People's Movement for the Liberation of Angola. We further note the heroic act of international solidarity demonstrated by Cuba, which sent tens of thousands of troops to defend Angola's sovereignty, supported by the Soviet Union and African liberation movements, including our own South Africa. This House recalls that the Battle of Cueto Carnaval from 1987 to 1988 marked a historic turning point in the struggle for liberation in Southern Africa, a victory that contributed directly to the independence of Namibia and the eventual defeat of apartheid South Africa. We salute the people of Angola for their courage, resilience, and sacrifice in the face of aggression, and honor the memory of all those who gave their lives in defense of freedom and self-determination. This House further recognizes that the bonds of solidarity formed in the struggle between South Africa, Angola, and Cuba remain a cornerstone of progressive internationalism and a testament to the power of unity amongst oppressed people. We therefore call on this House to celebrate the 50 years of independence of Angola and to reaffirm South Africa's commitment to African unity, sovereignty, and justice. And we continue to strive for a continent free from foreign domination, exploitation, and oppression. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is no objection. Agreed to. I recognize the Honorable Windvogel.
Deputy Speaker, I move without notice that the House note that the annual campaign of 16 days activism for no violence against women and children will commence on the 25th November, concurrent with the International Day in the elimination of violence against women. This global campaign, observed in South Africa since 1998, seeks to raise awareness and galvanize collective action to end the scourge of gender-based violence, which remain one of the most devastating human rights violations in our country. That the House further notes with deep concern that South Africa continues to face unacceptably high rates of gender-based violence and femicide with women and children, especially in impoverished and marginalized communities, bearing the brunt of abuse, neglect, and systematic failure. The persistence of these crimes represents a moral, social, and institutional crisis that undermines the constitutional values of dignity, equality, and freedom for all. That the House therefore calls for urgent, coordinated, and sustained action across all spheres of government, civil society, and the private sector to strengthen prevention, protection, and prosecution measures. This includes improving victim support services, ensuring that perpetrators face swift justice, and investing in education and social programs that challenge the toxic culture of patriarchy and violence that fuel abuse in our society. That I also acknowledge and salute the tireless work of human rights organizations, community activists, social workers, and law enforcement officers who continue to fight for justice and safety for women and children, often under difficult conditions and with limited resources. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's no objection. Agreed to. I again recognize the Honorable Windvogel.
Deputy Speaker, I move without notice that the House note with deep outrage and sorrow the brutal murder of 2 men and 1 woman in Montclair, where 2 of the victims were found inside a vehicle and the third was discovered in the boot. This horrific act of violence underscores the continued and deeply entrenched crisis of gender-based violence and femicide that continues to plague our country and devastated families and communities. The House condemns in the strongest possible terms the brutal act and calls on the South African Police Service to prioritize the investigation and apprehend perpetrators without delay and ensure that justice is served. The House further calls upon the Provincial Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety to intensify efforts to protect women and to strengthen community-based interventions aimed at preventing gender-based violence. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's no objections. Agreed. Stoffel.
Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the African National Congress, move without notice that the House notes with grave concern
the recent ruling against the DA-led Stellenbosch municipality, which has been ordered to pay 750,000 in damages to a job applicant who was unfairly discriminated against during a municipal hiring process. The ruling found that a fully qualified colored woman holding a BA honors degree was overlooked in favor of an unqualified white female applicant with only a matric certificate, highlighting a clear case of racial and qualification-based discrimination. The House further notes that the ruling underscored the urgent need for the public institution, including municipalities, to uphold merit-based and equitable employment practices as mandated by the Constitution and the Employment Equity Act. The decision served as a strong reminder that public entities are obliged to promote fairness, transparency, and transformation, and that any deviation from these principles constituted a serious violation of both legal and ethical standards. The House condemns in the strongest possible terms the Stellenbosch municipality to disregard for equity and transformation policies and calls upon all municipalities across the Western Cape to ensure that hiring processes are fair, transparent, and strictly merit-based. The House further urges the Stellenbosch municipalities to publicly acknowledge the ruling, implement corrective measures to prevent future discrimination, and reaffirms its commitment to fostering inclusive and non-discriminatory workplaces. The House expresses solidarity with the complainant and reiterates that any attempt to undermine transformation policies under the pretense of procedural compliance will not be tolerated. Public institutions must reflect the constitutional values of equality and non-discrimination, ensuring that all South Africans, irrespective of race or gender, have equitable access to employment opportunities in government and in municipal structures. I so moved.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. Honorable members, that concludes motions without notice. The secretary will now read the first order of the day.
Consideration of the report of the Standing Committee on the Premier and Constitutional Matters on the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill B10B of 2023 and SOP dated 24 October 2025.
Honorable member. The House received the report of the Standing Committee on Local Government, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning on the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill, conferring authority on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP to not support this bill. This mandate has been sent to the NCOP. I will now afford parties an opportunity to make a declaration if they so wish. I wish to remind members again that is a 3-minute cutoff. Am I on the right page?
So just to check, Honourable Deputy Speaker, you said the Standing Committee on Environmental Affairs. Is it not supposed to be the Standing Committee on Premier and Constitutional Matters?
It's been a very, very long day, honourable members. Let me commence and start over and double check with the table staff. We did that deliberately to see if people in this house is awake and if people in this house actually listen. So let me commence once again. I trust that the record will reflect that the secretary has read the order. I will now indicate that consideration of the report of the Standing Committee on the Premier and Constitutional Matters on the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill, dated the 24th of October 2025, is hereby ratified for final mandate. I will now give members of this House an opportunity to make a declaration if they so wish. I now see the ANC.
Deputy Speaker, this is on the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill, right? If I'm correct? Okay, thank you. The African National Congress supports the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill. The bill is a critical step towards building a capable, ethical, and developmental state, one that serves all South Africans with professionalism and integrity. It strengthens coherence and accountability across all three spheres of government and aligns directly with the goals of the medium-term development plan, which this government has formally adopted in the SOPA. By promoting merit-based appointments, enhancing mobility within the public service, and tightening measures against unethical conduct, it advances the vision of a united, efficient, and people-centered administration. As a partner in the government of national unity, the Democratic Alliance should be putting aside petty party politics and support this bill, which gives practical effect to the principles of good governance and improved service delivery. I so thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Said. I recognize the PA. The PA is not. I recognize the PA.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We don't have a very big statement, but the Patriotic Alliance support the bill.
Thank you so much, Honorable Constable. I recognize the EFF. The EFF is currently not on the hybrid system. I recognize the NCC.
Speaker, sorry man, ek wou net
No problem.
Speaker, ek gaan nie op die stadium participate in die support of non-support nie.
No problem. Thank you so much. Duly noted. I recognize the Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Speaker. No declaration, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Marie. I recognize the Al Jama'ah.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker Al-Jama, we support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I recognize the ACDP.
Deputy Speaker, no declaration from the ACDP.
Thank you so much, Honorable Christians. I recognize the Good Party.
Deputy Speaker, no declaration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Heron. I recognize the DA.
Thank you, Chair. And may I also thank the Leader of the Opposition for also reminding me which bill we're dealing with. I was wondering whether I'm going to get caught there, so thanks for that. The Democratic Alliance in the Western Cape cannot support the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill in its current form, as it poses a direct threat to good governance, accountability, and the constitutional autonomy of provincial and local governments. At its core, this bill advances centralization under the guise of creating a single public administration. In practice, it undermines provincial authority, weakens local decision-making, and risks eroding the distinct constitutional responsibilities of different spheres of government. Such centralization is not only impractical but unconstitutional, as it regards the principle of cooperative governance that underpins our democratic system. This legislation needs to be constitutionally tested before being implemented. The bill also introduces numerous technical and governance flaws, fails to provide clear definitions for key terms, creates opportunities for abuse and political interference, contrary to its purported intent. The absence of proper consultation mechanisms and the removal of provincial input on national norms and standards further limit accountability. Equally concerning is the lack of a comprehensive socio-economic impact assessment or any clear fiscal framework to support its costly implementation, a reckless omission that may burden already strained provincial budgets. While the Democratic Alliance supports professionalizing the public servants, in fact, we lead there, and preventing conflicts of interest, these objectives cannot come at the expense of constitutional integrity or fiscal responsibility. The bill as it stands centralizes power, creates ambiguity, and imposes unfunded mandates without proper oversight or transparency. Until the legacy of ANC corruption and cadre deployment is fully laid to rest, like the Zondo Commission, state capture, action being taken, this legislation is simply not fit for purpose. Bok vir wolf, skaapwagter. The Democratic Alliance cannot support this bill. South Africans deserve an efficient, accountable, and constitutionally balanced public administration, not one governed by unchecked central control.
Honourable members, I have to announce that there are currently 31 honourable members present and entitled to vote, and the House is therefore quoted. The question put before the House that the report of the Standing Committee on the Premier and Constitutional Matters on the Public Administration Management and Amendment Bill be adopted. Are there any objections? There's no. Are there objections? Okay, those in, are they, the report is not to support. Are there any objections to report? Are there any objections to the report? Okay, those in favor of the report being ratified and adopted, please say yes.
Yes.
Those not in favor of the report being ratified and adopted, please say no. I think the yeses have it. The question is then approved, and the report of the Standing Committee on the Premier and Constitutional Matters on the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill has therefore been adopted. The Secretary will now read the second order of the day.
Consideration of report of the Standing Committee on Premier and Constitutional Matters on Public Service Amendment Bill B13B 2023.
The House received the report of the Standing Committee on Local Government, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning on the Public Service Amendment Bill, conferring authority on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP to not support this bill. This mandate has been sent to the NCOP. I will now afford members an opportunity to make a declaration if they so wish. I now recognize the ANC.
The African National Congress supports the Public Service Amendment Bill. The bill marks a decisive step forward in building a capable, ethical, and developmental state that places South Africa at the center of governance, not only on the African continent, but globally. It enhances accountability, mobility, and coherence within the public administration. In particular, it speaks to the issue of political appointees in political offices as well. And it gives effect to the medium-term development plan and the framework. Speaker.
The administration will mute the person online. If I can once again alert members on the hybrid system to not to unmute. You may continue.
It enhances accountability, mobility, and coherence within public administration. It speaks also to challenges that we face with political appointments in ministerial offices and gives effect to the medium-term development plan and the framework for the professionalization of the public service, key pillars of the African National Congress vision for a transformed and effective state. The ANC calls again, not only on the parties that are part of the GNU, our partners such as the DA, but also all political parties represented in this legislature to act in the national interest. Because acting in the national interest is acting in the provincial interest and local government interest. This bill is about strengthening service delivery, restoring professionalism, and rebuilding public trust in our democratic institutions. I so thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Said. I recognize the PA.
Speaker, thank you very much. The Patriotic Alliance again support this bill. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much. I recognize the EFF. The EFF remains absent. I recognize the NCC.
Support.
Thank you, Honorable Michael.
Thank you.
The Freedom Front Plus.
No declaration, Speaker.
So much. I recognize Al Jama'ah.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker Al-Jamaa, we support the bill. Thank you.
I recognize the ACDP.
No declaration from the ACDP, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you so much. I recognize the Good Party.
No declaration, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Heeren. I recognize the DA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Democratic Alliance cannot support the Public Service Amendment Bill in its current form, as it fails to address fundamental issues of accountability, transparency, and administrative integrity within the public service. This bill, as drafted, significantly undermines the authority of executive authorities by transferring excessive powers over human resource management and disciplinary processes to heads of department. Such a shift erodes political accountability and weakens oversight over the performance and integrity of senior officials. The proposed devolution of powers creates ambiguity between the roles of presidents or premiers and ministers or members of executive council, blurring lines of responsibility and diminishing ministerial control over departmental outcomes. The will of the people can be subverted, frankly. Equally concerning is the bill's lack of safeguards against political interference in appointments, its failure to ensure independent oversight of selection panels, and the removal of executive authorities' dismissal powers. These omissions open the door to politicization, corruption, and weakened governance, again contrary to its purported purpose. The absence of a comprehensive socio-economic impact assessment again further highlights the bill's shortcomings. Without clarity on financial implications, service delivery impact, or labor relations consequences, the legislation risks creating unfunded mandates and administrative instability. Democratic Alliance firmly supports a professional, accountable, and apolitical public service. It's not a newfound discovery for us. However, this bill does the opposite. It centralizes power, dilutes accountability, and threatens the independence and efficiency of government administration, again, contrary to its supposed aim. It should be noted that the NCOP did not properly consider the negotiating mandate of the Western Cape Standing Committee on Premier and Constitutional Matters and left all but one of our concerns unaddressed. The one that was addressed was cosmetic. Until these serious flaws are corrected, we cannot in good conscience support this.
Thank you, Honorable Walters. I have to announce that there remain currently 31 honorable members present and entitled to vote, and the House is therefore quorate. I'm going to say the next very slowly, honorable members. The question put before the House that the report of the Standing Committee on the Premier and Constitutional Matters on the Public Service Amendment Bill be adopted. Are there any objections?
No objection.
There's an objection. Those in favor of the report being ratified and adopted, please say yes.
Yes.
Those not in favor of the report being ratified and adopted, please say no.
No.
Honorable members, I think the yeses have it. The question is approved. The report of the Standing Committee on the Premier and Constitutional Matters on the Public Service Amendment Bill has therefore been adopted. The Secretary will now read the third order of the day.
Consideration of report of the Standing Committee on Local Government, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning on the Independent Municipal Demarcation Authority Bill B14D 2022.
Thank you. The House received the report of the Standing Committee on Local Government, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning on the Independent Municipal Demarcation Authority Bill, conferring authority on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP to not support the bill. This has been sent to the NCOP. I will now afford members an opportunity to make a declaration if they so wish. I now see the ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the African National Congress to support the Independent Municipal Demarcation Authority Bill. The bill brings significant advantages to South African system of local governance. Firstly, the bill establishes an independent authority with clear criteria and transparent procedures for determining and redetermining municipal boundaries and delimiting wards. This independence helps to safeguard against political interference and ensures that boundaries decisions are made in the best interest of communities. The bill also strengthens the public participation by requiring meaningful consultation with affected communities before any boundary changes are made. Mechanism for public input, including written submissions and public meetings, are built into the process, promoting transparency and accountability. Furthermore, the bill introduced a demarcation appeals authority, providing a fair and accessible avenue for communities and stakeholders to challenge decisions, which enhance trust in the system. Importantly, the bill mandates regular municipal capacity assessment, ensuring the municipalities are equipped and to deliver service effectively and equitably by aligning boundary decisions with principles and spatial justice, sustainability, and good governance. The bill supports integrated and development and improve service delivery for all South Africans. These reforms will help build stronger, more accountable, and more inclusive local government structures. I thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Honorable Stoffel. I recognize the PA.
Thank you, Speaker. As per the report, the Patriotic Alliance support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I recognize the EFF. The EFF remains not online. I recognize the NCC.
Supportable. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Michaels. I recognize the Freedom Front Plus.
Speaker, we do not support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Maria. I recognize Al Jamaa.
Thank you, Speaker. Al Jamaa, we support the bill.
I recognize the ACDP.
Speaker, no declaration from the ACDP.
Thank you so much. I recognize the Honorable. I recognize the Good Party.
We support the bill, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. I recognize the DA.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Democratic Alliance welcomes the decision of the Standing Committee on Local Government, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning to not support the Independent Municipal Demarcation Authority Bill. This bill, as referred by the National Council of Provinces, sought to restructure the Municipal Demarcation Board into a new authority. While the principle of strengthening local government oversight is sound, the DA believes that the bill in its current form fails to address key concerns raised during the provincial consultation process. Throughout deliberations, both the DA as well as the department made several constructive proposals aimed at ensuring transparency, accountability, and the insulation of local government structures from political interference. These included recommendations for a multi-party selection panel to appoint members of the new demarcation authority and for clear safeguards to prevent the manipulation of municipal boundaries for political gain. Regrettably, many of these recommendations were merely noted rather than incorporated into the final version of the bill. As a result, the DA could not, in good conscience, support legislation that risks undermining the independence and impartiality of this vital institution. We therefore commend the committee for its principled position to recommend that the Western Cape's delegation to the NCOP not support the bill. This outcome reinforces our province's consistent commitment to good governance, constitutional integrity, and fair representation at a local level. The DA remains steadfast in its belief that meaningful reform must be built on the foundations of accountability, community participation, and the rule of law, not centralized control or partisan influence. Honourable Speaker, this committee decision sends a clear message. The Western Cape will continue to defend the independence of our local government institutions and stand up for legislation that truly strengthens democracy, not weakens it. I thank you.
Honourable members, just give me one moment. Honourable members, I can now confirm that we have 33 members present currently who are entitled to vote, and the House is therefore ratified. The question put before the House that the Standing Committee on Local Government, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning on the Independent Municipal Demarcation Authority Bill conferring authority on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP to not support this bill be ratified and adopted. Are there any objections? There's no objections. Let me pose the question again. Are there any objections? There's an objection. Those in favor of the report being ratified and adopted, please say yes.
Yes, yes.
Those not in favor of the report being ratified and adopted, please say no. I think the yeses have it. The question is therefore approved. The report on the Standing Committee on Local Government, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning on the Independent Municipal Demarcation Authority Bill has therefore been adopted. Honourable members, it has been a baptism of fire for our newly sworn-in member today. So once again, Member Michaels, I trust that you have thoroughly enjoyed your time in the House today. Honourable members, that concludes the business of the day. The Secretary will now end the meeting. The House is adjourned.